Hello, hello. A very good afternoon to you all, and welcome to another live stream with me, 320 SimPilot. I hope you're all doing very well. I am greatly looking forward to this. We are going to go for a flight with Meridiana in the brand new Leonardo MD-82. We're going to hop from London Gatwick down to Olbia. I know we've done this route before, but that's not going to stop us, is it? And we haven't flown this airplane before, so I thought we'll keep the route something relatively standard and we'll try out this airplane. This is a different sort of aircraft to what we're used to in every way. It's very Boeing. It was partly made by Boeing, obviously McDonnell Douglas, hence MD-82. It's based, I believe, on the DC-9 aircraft. It was around in the 80s through to the late 90s, and in probably in America you can still see them, but we don't see them in Europe at all. But it's a remarkable airplane. Nothing's where you think it is, and it definitely does not fit in with the Airbus mindset in most respects. So we're going to have a go. We're going to try it out. I have made a video on this on the channel. I struggled through it. It took me a whole day to make that video, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of things I've forgotten. I've had a lot of help. Leonardo Maggie gave a great comment on the YouTube video, and I've had help from those of you as well, of course, in the Discord, and Matteo's kindly been helping out as well. So I think I'm slightly better prepared for this stream than I was the original video, so we shall see how it goes. Lots and lots more to learn though in the future. This is not a straightforward aeroplane. So we will talk about the add-on, the price, what we think of it, is it worth it, and so on as we go through. It's going to be a nice day though. This is live weather, live time for once. Nice early stream today. So we're going to get to enjoy the lovely day here in the UK, and I'm sure over most of Europe as we head down to Olbia. This will also be a flight for Danair Virtual. I'll be doing another leg with them because Meridiana is their new airline, and that is now part of the Danair Virtual group, as it were, which features lots of retro airlines. Meridiana ceased to exist. It did convert to Air Italy for a little while, but that's disappeared in 2018 anyway. Sorry, no, Air Italy disappeared later. Anyway, it's all gone now. So this is very much a retro airline, and it was a big part of in the 90s of the sort of Italian airline landscape. So let us jump into the chat, and I'll say hello to everyone. So Leonardo Maggie, good to see you. Wild Wombat as well. I hope you're all doing very, very well. I'll just start on YouTube. Chickpoint, I hope you're doing well. Chickpoint's joining a bit later, so we'll see you then, and enjoy the exercise. Excellent. Captain Virtual, good to see you here. Ed Haslam, great to have you as well. And of course, Richard V, thanks for coming along to moderate, along with Matteo Chewy, one of our MD-80 experts. Matteo's made some excellent tutorials on them already. So if you are really keen to learn properly about this aircraft, I highly recommend Matteo's tutorials that were made, I believe, with the X-Plane version. Elitist Maggie, good to see you, and I hope you're doing very well. Early morning for Elitist Maggie, so thanks for coming along. We've got Danjay Suresh, good to see you. Yeah, right from the start. So it's nice to mix up the times a little bit. We've got Shane Rakon, good to see you again, Rakon. Hope you're doing very well. Great to have you here. David Armitage is in Leeds. Great. I hope it's nice and sunny up in Leeds, David. Great to see you here. Ghostly Demon, good to see you again. It's been a little while. We've got Window Seat as well, our resident Airbus pilot, Airbus engineer. Great to have you here, Window Seat. Thanks for joining us. Pal9, thank you so much. We've got two cats, a cat and a dog already. Thank you for those kind donations, Pal9. Big supporter of the channel. So thank you so much for coming along, Pal9, and for those kind donations. Really appreciate it. That's very, very generous. And yeah, we've got a little cat and a little dog sticker. And the H1302, thanks for coming and moderating. Andy says, good afternoon. Welcome to this Meridiana flight in an airplane with a cockpit designed by drunk people. Yeah, I mean, for legal reasons, I definitely can't say that, but we will see what the flight deck's like and what things we have to learn about it. There is something to be. Switch placement is well, we'll talk about it as we go. I'm going to be talking for ages. It's going to take us a while to start up. It's fully cold and dark. We're not going to cheat. We're going to do the full thing, and we're going to hope the engines start. But I've learned a few little interactions that work well with it, thanks to you guys. Hayden, good to see you as well. Hayden says, shall today be deemed a multi-excuse day? Entirely understandable. Yes, it shall indeed, no doubt about it. And then we've also got Marina Halley. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Miguel Flighterer, you handle almost every airplane really well, so it's always a joy to watch. That's very kind, Flighterer. Thanks so much, and thanks for coming along. Pavel says, I had a funny problem with the MD-82 in the morning. In the default pilot view, I could not see the runway during the landing, as it was directly behind the pillar. Yes, lots of pillars in the windows, no doubt about it. Scorpion's going to catch a couple of hours. Excellent. Thanks for coming along, Scorpion, and then have a good night's rest. Over on Twitch, Lauren V, thanks for coming to moderate. Indeed, this is a brand new airline for Danair Virtual, and mine says, hello everyone, hello to you, thanks for joining us. Dougal, thanks for moderating over on Twitch as well. You can of course watch on Twitch with Conveyance Games. Tech Ether, good to see you all here. Peter 4 Acre, great to have you all join us. And Stephen, hello to you Stephen, and Isaac. Right, I'm now going to merge the chats. Let's merge the chats, and Well, thank you again, Paul9. Very kind already for the donations. Appreciate it. So, Andy says, I flew the X-Plane version this morning. Sardinia now has a brand new crater. Excellent. Right, let's start on the outside of this airplane. So this is a relaxed stream as ever, but yeah, it's... by the way, we're at Gatwick with the freeware scenery again, so there will be some stuttering. Now, this is not caused by the scenery, I believe, because it was working just fine until I loaded up VATSIM. So there's just so much VATSIM traffic here, it seems to have an impact on my computer. Could be my processor, could be my RAM, I'm not sure. The scenery does not cause this issue, and I want to give all credit to the freeware developers who put the effort in, because this is amazing scenery for freeware. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Thanks for those follows to Shipwreck and Lunacy. I hope you're doing well. To give a hello to you, and Nick T, good to see you. So this add-on is expensive. I think it retails somewhere in the region of 90 euros, maybe a little bit more. It's advertised, I think, without tax originally, but anyway, actually no, on Sim Market it shows up with tax, but anyway, it's pricey. This is the most expensive add-on I believe that we've seen in terms of aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator so far, which obviously generated a bit of debate and consternation amongst the community, and I can understand why. Expensive add-ons have to earn their place. Lunacy, thanks for the follow. And Shipwreck, I think I said, yeah. So expensive add-ons have to earn their place, and we know some brands can charge high prices, and others we are a little more dubious of. I'm not dubious, but have to prove it, you know. Whereas a company like PMDG seems to be able to charge, and people know what they're getting. Put it that way. Whereas Leonardo is a smaller company. I haven't seen as many aircraft from them, and I've never actually owned any of their products. So I was obviously hoping for something good at that price. I also would like to point out, and this is on their website, it says the most advanced airliner. They make the very bold claim on their Sim Market page, on their screenshot, that this is the most advanced airliner in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So that is quite a statement, and you need to really deliver if you're going to do that. Oh goodness me, Firewall, thank you so much for your 10 Australian, I think it's Australian dollars, super chat. Thank you so much, Firewall, appreciate it. Firewall says, have fun, greetings from Auckland, going back to home in the UK tomorrow, so we'll have nice 4-time flights with a mix of Dreamliners, Scoot, and Airbus's Emirates. Wish me luck. Wow, that is a big journey, but of course going between New Zealand and the UK is a big mission, especially at the moment where some parts of Asia are not quite as open with the flights as they are in Europe and America at the moment. So yeah, well, thank you so much. It's very generous. Good luck on your flights. Enjoy them. I do like long haul flights. I like sitting in the cabin and just having nothing to do but watch films and listen to the sort of hum of the airplane. So enjoy those flights. I'm sure you'll have a great time, and you'll have nice weather in the UK, I think. Anyway, if you arrive in the next couple of days, I think it's going to be okay. I think. Paul9, thank you for your 20 euro super chat. Really appreciate it. That's far too generous. Paul9, supporting the channel far too much lately. Really don't know what to say to that. With you are an amazing pair. Thank you, Paul9. Really, again, far too kind. Thanks for coming along and looking after us, or being so generous with us. So yeah, really appreciate it, Paul9. And of course, Firewall, good luck with the journey, and thank you again for that very kind donation. Really appreciate it. Goodness me. So, the Unknown Aviator, doing well. Thanks for coming along. So much chat going on today, and thanks for all these follows. We've got Lunacy, we've got James, May, Christian, and DJ, and Global, and The Unknown, and Adam Saws, and Alex Crawford. Thank you all for your follows. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind of you to join us. Join us here. I hope you enjoy it. Wow, I'm gonna lose track at this rate. Igmar says, excited for the stream and to learn about the MD-82. Richard V says, while the cockpit has an unusual layout, our like button is still in the same place. Would you please consider hitting it to help the channel out? Yeah, if you are enjoying, do please hit the like button. It makes a big difference. Mateo says, have a great flight at a barbecue with friends. So I won't be able to watch live, but I will definitely watch it all later. Okay, that's good. That saves me a bit of embarrassment, Mateo, when I don't know what's going on. So thank you so much. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it later. And thanks again for your help with this add-on. So yes, this is expensive. And it seems that the followers could be streamers playing catch up. I think you might be right, Hayden. Yeah, I think you could be right. Yeah, PMDG have announced the price, haven't they? Yeah, we'll talk about that when we're en route. I need to get back to this add-on. Right, so expensive add-on, but is it worth it? Well, some people don't like some of the texturing, so I'm going to show it to you now, and you can make up your own mind. So there are some rough areas. This is the radome joining onto the fuselage, for example, and that's a bit of a shame because that's quite noticeable. However, as soon as you pull the camera back to sort of what you'd normally do on a spot view, you really don't notice that too much. What I do really like, thanks for those subscriptions to Marcellus and Gonzalo. Yeah, what I do like is the grime and dirt that they've modelled. They've done a really nice job of getting it quite subtle. So you can see here all along the fuselage, we've got little scuffs and marks. You've got the streaks down the windows, which are caused, I assume, by aircraft sitting on stands with pollution around and so on. This is the latest update, Ed. Am I going to find out that I've got a problem, or I shouldn't have done that? Yeah, I hope not. Oh, let me just check. I am indeed excited about the Phoenix. Yeah, I do indeed fly the 320, the unknown aviator. Dougal's there on Twitch and YouTube. Right, window seat says, I've just cleaned the barbecue, phone plugged in outside, and this glorious 17 clear sunny. Only problem is up at 4:10 for morning shift. I hope it goes well, window seat. Yeah, so this has already had an update, and we are on the latest version. As you can see, it looks great from a distance. This was actually one of the textures they provide, and the wings as well look really nice. I think they've done a great job with that. But the issue comes, and I showed this in my video, where if you zoom right in, it starts to unravel a little bit, and you see sort of join. Look at that join. That's not very good, is it? So if you're going to say this is the most detailed add-on, then you need to have this stuff sort of squared away. So I understand. I've had a lot of comments on that video where people talk particularly about the texturing. So that is something I hope we see updated as time goes on. But what we can't fault is the system's design. I have not found any issue with it so far. Again, that lagging is due to VATSIM. What you'll notice here is, look at these flaps. They've actually drooped a bit. And when you load up, they load up in the clean position as you'd expect. But it should be of no surprise if you've had this add-on before. They do droop with gravity on the ground because there's no hydraulic pressure in them. The Airbus doesn't do that. The flaps lock away very neatly. But this one, they can droop. And here they are, drooped down. So that's an amazing piece of design, that they do actually droop over time as it sits on stand. I really think that's great, and that's just an example of the depth they've gone to with this. Things like APU EGTs going up and down and all that sort of thing are all modelled here. Again, I think the texturing is nice. Whenever I fly this and use spot view, I think it looks great. It's only if you bring out the drone that you can start, or I can start to find some issues. But overall, the shape and scale is all just spot on, and the dirt and grime is all there. Really nice. Yeah, that lagging, very frustrating. It just seems to be Microsoft Flight Simulator and VATSIM on my computer. I don't know why. It's not the scenery. So yeah, we're going to get it powered up in a moment, but I personally think it looks great. But I can understand people think for the price it should be perfect. It's not perfect, but I think it's pretty good. If you love the MD-82, you also don't really have any choice. And I'm beginning to like this aircraft more and more as I spend time with it. It's something quite special. So we're on the sort of the lollipop stand in Gatwick. We are parked up here. There is VATSIM controller. We're flying this sector 4. We're over here. We're flying this sector 4 Dan Air Virtual as the Meridiana airline. They're having an event on, so we're going to fly to Olbia, which is part of the event airports. So they're focusing on Sardinia. It's great fun, Dan Air Virtual. I highly recommend it if you're interested. Quite relaxed, but also lots going on. New airlines arriving, new routes, lots of aircraft, so everyone can enjoy it, including freeware ones, and really nice resources and information being put into it. Really like it. Palm9, thanks so much for your €4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Again, supporting us far too much. Thank you so much. Palm9 says, have you tried VR in Microsoft Flight Simulator? I have indeed. I think it's great. I think the integration is great. The performance, sometimes a little bit of an issue. On my setup, I get a bit of sort of lagging as we go through it. As I move my head around, sometimes I can get some sort of blurring. But otherwise, I think it's great. So yeah, I'm really big fan of the VR in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right, I'm just admiring from the outside far too much. I think I need to jump into it. G'day to Zubi, I hope you're doing well. Window Seat says, let's hope Phoenix modeled the aileron and elevator droop in their A320. They're going for max realism. Piru says, DC-9 was likely the first plane I flew in. I think it was to Rhodes. If I recall, I got to see the cockpit too. I think it was mid-80s. Very good. Yeah, that was the sort of time this aircraft was around. Right. I'm going to forget the drone now. We're going to have to jump into the airplane. So here we are on the flight deck. You'll notice this time we have a pink interior. There was a green before in the Alitalia livery. They seem to be quite good at changing the textures inside, which I do really like. So thank you again to Paul for that kind super chats. And TJS 1986 has kindly super chatted $2. Thanks so much. TJS, I really appreciate it. They say, do you recommend the Maddog? So you've got to be comfortable with the price. It's expensive. Are you going to use it? It's easy to get caught up in the hype of a release, and you see it around a lot on streams. So you've got to think, are you going to use it? Do I think, forgetting the price, let's say you're comfortable with the price and you're deciding whether you actually like the add-on. I think it's a great add-on. It's grown on me a lot it's not very user-friendly first time you load it up. It took me ages to work out some little things, and there's still some things like reversers that are a little bit fiddly, and there's obviously complexities to this aircraft, as we'll see with this whole quadrant here. This is a complete, well, I don't want to say mess, but it is a lot to learn, and this has been where I've been tripping up the most in my operation of this aircraft so far. Having said that, you get used to that sort of thing. More of the issue for me was things like loading in the flight plan, changing the weight. You have an external application that does all of that. It's very good, it's very powerful, but it does take a little bit of patience to get your head around it. It's not quite the same as the some of the other aircraft we've used. And you'll see in a second, the EFB, for example, you have to hold down the on button for it to actually turn on as well, just to make it. It took me a while to work that one out. And here we can change a few little things, but most of it has to be done on that external program. So this is going to be things that you're going to have to decide yourself. It does have a performance calculator, which we will use. We'll go back. We've got weight and balance. Now this I've loaded in from the external application. We are going with, how many passengers is that? 134 passengers. This is because it's a Dan Air virtual flight. I've got my information from them. I will be on VATSIM, Oscar Williams. We are currently on VATSIM, I hope. Let me just check we are connected. Yes, we are. So we will be on VATSIM. Pol9 says, Osoba did some good performance optimizations. I can fly A320 in VR with higher settings without lag. It only lags in big cities. Okay, I'll have to try it out. The VA is Dan Air Virtual Peter 4. Exclamation mark Dan Air, I think, in the chat. Good. So if you could save questions, any questions, then save them for the cruise. We have 2-hour flight time on the way south, and I've spent 20 minutes talking. I haven't even done anything, as is ever the case on my streams. So I'm going to follow the normal procedures. This means I will be struggling to read the chat at the same time. So please don't be offended if I do not see your messages. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. But there's a lot to do. But anyway, this is the loading, and this is how the airplane has been loaded up. And you'll see when we power it on that this is all set. So that is us ready to go. It's very trim sensitive because it's a long aircraft. So the sim brief profile I had did not load it correctly. I had to adjust the trim, had to add a bit more weight in the front. Right, let's get it up and running. There are checklists included, but they are not really going to be good instructions. They just are basically like the actual checklist that you'd use, as opposed to instructions on how to do it. They're not the SOPs, as it were. So we're going to start off by going onto the overhead panel. Let me try. I do remember these, I promise, but I will have to learn them again at the start. And we start off by switching on the battery switch. So that goes on, and then it turns out you click it again to turn it sideways, which locks it on. Because, of course, if your hand comes up and switches it off by accident, that would be a very bad start to your day. Battery switch comes on, and then you can actually look up here, and we can see the battery voltage. Could have done that anyway, I suppose. There we go. So good voltage on the battery for now. And by the way, the provided documentation covers loads and loads and loads of things. Oh yes, and start Pegasus. We will do that. Start flight. Thanks very much, Andy. Thank you, TJS, for that $1 super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for coming along today. James Orford says, I've flown a few times with you on fly-alongs, but I had my first VATS in my IFR this morning from Gatwick to Amsterdam. Would never have tried it not for your channel. Thanks. You're very welcome, James. Thanks so much. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and well done. Yeah, excellent. Joe, the space guy, I just can't answer that. I don't have any information for you, I'm afraid. Right. So Pegasus is up and running. That's good. That Pegasus is the software used to track the flight on for Dan Air Virtual, and it gives you the scores and so on. Right. Let me open up. Okay, so there are lots of tests included in these procedures. This is a PDF that comes with the add-on. Lots of documentation provided, but we're not going to do all of the tests quite as they are. We're just going to power it up in the right order, and we'll pretend that this is aircraft's been flown today, and a lot of these tests have been done. Windshield wiper selector needs to go off. I have forgotten where that is hidden. So sadly, I'll turn on the logo lights while I'm there. Sadly, the checklist, because it doesn't match the normal procedures, even if you try and do the view thing, it wouldn't work because it's not in the right order, and it doesn't work at all either, which is a bit of a shame. That's something I really think they should work hard to get working. It's a great feature, especially on more complex aircraft like this. TJS, thanks so much for a $5 donation. Appreciate it. TJS says, I have a PPL with an instrument rating. Think I will grab the Maddog. Well, enjoy it. It's you'll see today. If you watch the stream, you'll be able to make up your mind. But thanks so much for your $5 donation. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And thanks for joining us today. Windshield wiper selector. Where's it gone? Is it down here? this is annoying because I've already done. There it is. Wiper off. Okay, goodness me. Landing lever down and in. Aux hide pump off. Now, of course, the aux hide pump is not where we would expect it to be. Do we have a view of it? No, we don't. This is the closest we're going to get, so I'm just going to do my own cockpit one. Maybe we'll have to do like this. So the aux hydraulics is down here. We've got the aux pump to off. This is like your backup pump and then your PTU, the trans. So that's basically what we have over here. Paul 9, thanks so much for your $50 tip. That's really far too generous. Sorry, I missed that one with TJS Super Chat. I'll just play it once more. But that's, again, Paul 9, far too generous towards the channel. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I don't know what to say to that. It's far too kind. So thank you. Really, yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything I can say. It's very generous. Really appreciate it. Yeah, far too kind. So I'll have to answer that. I'll talk about that one again later on. So thanks properly. So landing lever down and in, aux hide pump is off. Flaps that lever, up retract. Now, up retract because this is all flaps, this section. This confused me a lot. Flaps takeoff, flaps landing. This is the slats. They are currently up. And if you look up here, we have flap position and slat position. So we need to move it all the way forward to have them properly up. So that's where they are, up retracted. But we know, having looked outside, that they are actually not fully up. Now, you'll notice we're checking things like the wipers and so on after we turned on the battery, but the aircraft does not have much on the battery. You can see it's incredibly depowered. So a lot of these systems aren't even working at the moment. So that's why we do this before we power up using the APU to provide proper electrical power. So aux hide pump switch off, flaps that lever up, retract. Speed brake lever is retracted and disarmed. There's a little red area. You can see that's armed, but that's currently down. Circuit breakers checked. APU start. Right, let's start up the APU. Oh, click on the right screen. Right, APU is this little panel here. All we have to do for this is we don't have electrical external power, so we have to turn on the start pump, which is I think it's DC pump, and then we can run the master. We hold it to start. I'm going to use the scroll wheel to hold it at start. If you click to hold to start, things get a little bit tricky. Hold it to start, and then we'll see the APU start to spool up here. There it goes. See the draw on the battery. So I hope you saw that. The voltage up here just dropped. It dipped as the starter engaged. It's just a sign of the depth of the systems running underneath this aircraft. So it's very good. Yeah, very good. So we'll let that spool up. Matthew Presley says, love this plane so much. Fell in love with flying, riding in the back of these. There you go. So very big in America, this aircraft. We didn't see so many of them in Europe, but Meridiana certainly were one. I wonder if that voltage, there you go. Yeah, voltage rising again. So it's great. So we got the EGT spooling up. TJS says, I use VATSIM to get used to ATC while training for my PPL. Very good. Yeah, if you can let the radio part become less stressful, it does make the other parts easier. No doubt about it. And thank you again to Pole 9 for that. Far too generous. Really, really kind. Really appreciate it. Ed, I'm sure you can handle VATSIM. I'm sure you can. It's not as bad as it seems, but I know it's daunting. I remember it being daunting every time when I first started. Right, the APU is up and running now. So I'm going to establish electrical power. Now you can see it's lit, available. Clunk, clunk. Hopefully you can hear that. Let me know that if you can hear the dings and dongs from the aircraft. And I've got the audio set up right. So now we are using the APU electrics. We could have used external power with the exact same thing, but I'm not going to risk that today. Right, so AC electrical power is now available. Move the right aft fuel pump on and the start pump off. So right aft fuel pump provides fuel to the APU, so I'm turning that on. Start pump can go off. And there we go. Thanks for the follow to Magic Turtle. Good stuff. Right. So far, so reasonable, you might think. Yeah, but we'll see about that. We will see about that. You can also, by the way, of course, if we wanted to move up here and check the voltage on the APU generator, there it is, 400 hertz, 115 volts, the standard sort of AC electrical system on an aircraft like this. Passenger address we can check, and emergency lights would go to test and off. I'm just going to arm the emergency lights down here. Then we're going to go to station lighting set. I mean, this is just the usual. There's not too much to say. Just lock the door. What we'll do is move up to the... Oh, wrong one. Apologies. Upper overhead panel. I'm going to turn on lots of lights, so it hopefully is nice and bright for you guys to see. We're going to leave, this is the FMS switching panel effectively, which we do have on the Airbus, and that's all in norm. I don't think there's any more lights we need to do up there, so we'll worry about the rest of the lights as we go. You can also test these enunciator lights down here. No smoking is going to go to on. Fasten seatbelts is going to stay off until we've got the fuel on. I'll make sure we have that shortly. Good, 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 goods. Yeah, it's not the most complicated overhead panel as you slowly get used to it. By the way, you can see there the flaps just drooping down. They're almost at 11 degrees when they should be up. There's our fuel, 10,950. It's a little bit less than I wanted, but I did load on an extra ton, so that will be enough to get us to Olbia. A lot of fuel, though. It's not. This is a thirsty aeroplane. It's a thirsty aeroplane indeed. Real Deal says, hi, are you on the Phoenix A320 beta testing team? I am indeed. Matthew says, it's contract negotiation time and the company isn't moving too quickly. There'll be no ground power usage here, nor will there be a single engine taxi. There you go. Very good. Good. So we will test the digital lights. Cabin press control lever needs to go check and auto. Now, where do you think the cabin pressurization would be? Sorry, I'm so sorry about the camera moving around. This is, as I say, caused by being on VATSIM. So that's the overhead panel. Here's the air conditioning. Here's the word press. Here's HP bleed. So this is the high pressure bleed air. And here's the cabin temperature. But don't worry, the cabin pressurization control is nothing to do with this or this panel, which is the controller for it. But the valve is actually located here. This is the cabin pressure valve. So it needs to be fully open. So there it is. So this whole system is bizarre as well. I've never seen anything like this where we've got a moving valve, and we'll see this move in flight as the aircraft pressurizes and depressurizes. Let me just show you how are the sounds. By the way, I just need to check in the chat. Thank you so much, Paul9, for the 20 euros. Again, far too kind. Paul9's for the 20 euro super chat says, I trim for speed and use throttle to adjust the pitch. I found it helps a lot for stable flight in small airplanes. Is that how you fly a small airplane in real life too? So in a small aircraft, you trim the aircraft out. It depends what you trim out. On approach, in a small aircraft, you trim for the speed, and then if you're high, you remove power. If you're low, you add power. We don't do that in jet airliners. It doesn't work quite as well. There's a bit of lag in it, and there's different trim changes to adjusting power. Whereas in a single-engine piston aircraft, that would be the way you do it. But thanks so much for the super chat. Really very kind, and I really appreciate it, Paul9. I think here is the outflow valve for this aircraft. So modelled as open. Somebody taking off in the background. Very nice. But yeah, thank you again, Paul9. Far too generous. Right. Does the APU start switch remain in start? No, that should, I'm hoping, have flicked to off. No, I've got to put that to run. There you go. That's my mistake. So holding it there, obviously he does hold it there. I think you can release it once you see it spooling up. I need to check that. Right. That is the cabin pressure. So anyway, oh yeah, and to check it's in auto mode as opposed to manual mode, which is incredibly critical, and this being in the wrong position has killed people before. This has to be in the down. If you move it up, it's going to be in the manual position. Can you believe that? So this is in the down position now. If I move it up, that opens it. But if I was to, somebody can help me now. What am I doing wrong here? Depress and rotate the cabin pressure control wheel to outflow valves are partially closed, then move the cabin pressure lever to auto in the up position. There we go. So that'll be a test. So this is in the auto position. If I move it down, it's in the manual, and then you can control the valve yourself. So I'm going to want it in the auto, and then you see it driving itself back. So that shows the auto system is working. Aileron rudder trims, you would check they are 3 and 0. They're here, almost like the DC6 ones, but they are both at 0. Then someone goes and does the walk around, of course. We're going to carry on with the parking brake. Of course, it's not simple. It's like this. So pulled up, it is set. So the parking brake is set. And we do have a brake pressure indicator up here. So you can see, yeah, there you go. We can see that we're draining the hydraulic accumulator by doing that. So I won't do that too much. Wing lights, nose lights, switches off. Lights are down here. So they're all off. And what I will do is put on the position switch to pause. Apparently we can put it to both as well, at least as Maggie said, because it won't actually turn on. There we go. The strobes will turn on as we get in the air, but we've got them, the nav lights on there. Thanks so much for the follow, NASCAR. MSFS Simmer, we are well. Thanks very much for joining us. I hope you're doing very well. Oh, sorry, I'm way behind on the chat. Matthew Presley says, this plane is wonderful, such a bizarre bird from the awkward time in aviation. Yeah, it is quite something. Pole9, you're very welcome. TJS, yes, the 737 from PMD does come out tomorrow. I will be away, sadly. I will not be able to do that. No, I think it's in auto. We will check that. Matthew Presley says, the strobes are on wait on wheel switch. There we go. Sorcerer says, I'm following along in the Rotate MD-80 at the moment. Interesting to see the difference. There really aren't many. Excellent. That's a good sign. By the way, love this rear entrance door at the back. Really great. Really great. Just so different. Anyway, right. Carrying on. FCP, FGS, check set, and flight director switches. So what we can do here is we can turn them on and check that the flight directors have come on in the correct modes. And you're going to get heading hold and out hold over here, which shows that they are working as expected. So this is our flight mode enunciators like we have on the top of the PFD on the Airbus. Thanks for the follow, Adam. So that's all good. That's a good sign that we've got most of our systems set up right. We're not going to test the auto land. I'm not about to do an auto land today. Autopilot switch, you do a test, but we're not going to do that. We'll set up the instruments when we're ready to brief, and we'll test the EFIS as well at that point. We're not going to do that for now. Let's set the altimeters, of course, to be about 200 feet. So it's a high QNH, lovely weather today, 1028. Standby horizon is here. We need to click and hold this, which is what you do in the real aircraft. Even the Airbus, which has this fitted, you have to hold it. And eventually, it will cage, as it were, and settle itself, align itself. You can't do that if you're moving, so you've got to do that before you push back. Dougal says, did the back 111 have a rear entrance like that? I think it may have done. Lauren V says, yes, it did. Excellent. Yeah, it's quite some similarities. This was the trend for a while, was this. It was decided that everybody's going to have an aircraft with a T-tail and jets at the back. We had the VC-10, we had this, we had the back 111, at 727, of course, and we just moved away from that with the 737 and onwards, really. Right, so altimeter, standby horizon we've done, compass system is working, then we check our vertical speed for flags and the standby altimeter, clock checked and set, static air to norm, there's one on each side. Oh, here we go, we can turn on some more lights while we're here. Static air to norm, and there's one over here. This is talking about your altimeters. We don't have alternate sources on the Airbus, but it has a data computer and 3 independent sources. With this one, I think all the sources were fitted on the same panel, so they have an alternate air source, something you get in Piper general aviation airplanes typically. Crew oxygen mask, test and check. Now these are fun. They're not like we're used to seeing. They are very terrifying looking instruments at the back there. But anyway, we'll take those as checked and set, and you could test the microphones on them, which does actually work. Look at that. Get rid of the camera. What was I doing there? Good. Right. Next, we're going to go to the stabilizer trim. You're going to test it. So you've got your alternate handle here, which you can hold in a position, and you can see that that trimmer runs. And I've obviously got it assigned to the yoke. Now, you'd obviously run that fully, I think, typically. But anyway, it's back in the norm position. You have alternate stabilizer trim here in the middle. That's what these little yellow levers here. Lots and lots of levers in this panel. It's quite remarkable. And we should test that by moving it and checking that the trim does move, which it is. And back the other way. And now I'm concerned. There we go, off. Before I found out it doesn't work. Okay, now we need to turn off the ground power. Maintenance info switch off. Flight recorder ADS test set. So flight recorder on the overhead panel. Oof, struggling there. That's up there. I'm going to say that's working. I don't want to spend too long fiddling around with the flight recorder. And you test the fire detection and smoke systems. Which, turn on those panel lights fully. You can test the loops up here. That hasn't worked as well as I'd hoped. Why not? That's interesting. Oh, there we go. We want it set to both, sorry, and you press it and we can test it. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. Right. Instrument transfer selectors, they are on the upper overhead panel, or the top, sorry, they're not. They're on the top of the lower. We've got them all set to norm. Again, the Airbus has a very similar sort of thing. Good stuff. So loop switches, instrument transfer, WAG system test. So I believe, I'm not entirely sure what it means by WAGs, but if we come down here, we have a GPWS switch. We need to make sure we've got the wind shear on normal. We can test the wind shear. Quite good fun. You can test the stallers. And just get his arms. That's good. Anyway, electrical system. Emergency electrical power test and off. AP panel checked. So I think the AP panel will turn on the air now, provide some air conditioning to our passengers as it's a hot sunny day. Engine ignition selector, that is down here. That is to off. We don't want the engines to accidentally start. Fuel system test as required. So what we're going to do is you verify the crossfeed is off, and then you have to do a whole load of switches, and you can move the start pump and check different valves and so on. But we're going to leave this aft right pump switch on. I'm not going to run all the tests on that. Emergency lights are armed. Cabin signs. Let me just check we have the fuel. We said we did actually, didn't we? So we can turn the seatbelt signs on. Pitot and static heaters test and off. So I'm going to put them and check we do get a current draw, which tells me they're working. And you can actually run through each one and check that they all draw a current. That lets us know that they are all working to some extent, except the rat, which is obviously not being used. So we're going to turn those off. Right, very quick jump in the chats. Thanks for the follow, Mr. and Apost and Andy Robinson. Thanks so much for your $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Andy says, return of the classic Sunday stream to hold us over until the Miami Grand Prix. Yes, I did time it earlier to make sure it was out of the way of the Grand Prix. So thanks for coming along, Andy. And thanks so much for your kind donation. Really appreciate it. And yes, the stars aligned. You know, we had a MD-80 released. We had the new airline for Dan Air, and I was off on a Sunday. So I thought I have to run this stream today. I couldn't resist. So thanks so much. Really appreciate it, Andy. Very kind of you. Thank you very much for the kind donation. Really appreciate it. And thanks to Edmund for the follow. Right, Isaac says, hey Captain, thanks so much for the review and tutorial you did on the Maddog X. Helped me so much while doing a flight to Hong Kong. Excellent. I'm glad it helped, Isaac. Really appreciate it. Very kind. It's great. Good stuff. Right, let's carry on. I know we are... Well, I have 20 minutes to push back. I expected it to take an hour today to get going because this is a complex system. Or complex aircraft, there's no doubt about it, and it's very different. Warrior Lad, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Carrying on, Pitot static heaters are now tested. So yeah, so that's very general aviation-y to look at the current draw, but anyway, we did, it works. Airfoil engine anti-ice switches are off. Anti-ice panel down here, one of the more simple panels. Windshield, anti-fog, anti-ice off. But what we are going to do is put the anti-fog off, but we'll put the anti-ice on because it takes a long time for it to actually warm up, and if there was ice on the windows, you'd need ages for it to work. Oh no, sorry, ignore that. No, it's to do with it needs to be warm for impact resistance, of course. Hence, we need to warm it up now because it can take a while in cold conditions. Engine sync selector off, and light should be on. Right, I have run out of knowledge. Someone in the chat will need to help me here. What and where is the engine sync selector? So aircraft engines need to synchronize with each other, otherwise you can get that resonance, that humming. Propeller aircraft are more prone to it, but this has two engines very close together, and even the Airbus, you can feel it occasionally, but the Airbus FADEC will actually make sure it matches it out. I'm going to guess it's somewhere here. By the way, here's a loop test. Sadly doesn't work. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. Yeah. Where is the sync selector? Upper right, the overhead, above ground proximity, Matthew Presley says. Thank you so much, Matthew. Engine sync. There we go. It's off. So we're going to want to select it to off. There we go. And the warning light should be on. Not sure where the warning light for that is. And ground proximity is in normal because we do, of course, want that on. Thanks very much, Matthew. Appreciate it. Good. So ground proximity warning to norm. Anti-skid system is in arm. Stall warning system we've tested. Yaw damper is on. Overspeed warning is tested. Mac trim can switch norm. Mac trim switch. Where's that one? Mac trim is in norm. There we go. Mac trim, by the way, is as you get higher in the Mac numbers, your center of lift on the wing or your center of pressure on the wing moves, and it moves backwards, so the airplane tries to nose over. So you have a Mac trim to raise the nose, mostly integrated into the automatics in aircraft like the Airbus. MSFS Simmer says, can you fly from Barcelona to London with a British Airways 146? I don't see why not. I'm sure that could happen, something like that. I would not be surprised if we end up doing something similar to that at some point. Local light on, ISOFOD switch, we would test and we would set the cabin selectors, but their temperatures are set to auto, which is absolutely fine. Radio rack switch to fan, so that is on fan, and we haven't got the warning light. Cabin pressure controller set. Right, so cabin pressure controller is down here. We want it on the primary system. Landing altitude, I'm going to just set it a bit higher, and landing barrow, I'm not sure what it is. I'm assuming it's a higher pressure, but I think that's it. The rate limit set in the middle, and as far as I'm aware, that's all I need to do. It's quite a nice pressurization system, and you've got the cabin climb and descent over here. I think we don't need to do anything else to it. So it should be set to standby, lockout lights off. yeah, I think that's fine. Air conditioning shut off switch to auto, which is over here. Anything with auto, we know we want it in auto. RAM S switch, not required. We've put the position lights on, and now we're going to set up our FGCP, I think. So that is over here. Before we can do that, really, we need to get our departure clearance. We might save that. Let's save that. So we could run some more tests on the modes and the FMAs, but I'm going to leave them off for now. We'll talk about that later. Engine fires, shut-off handles are in. Reverse thrust lights are off. Those lights are up here on this panel. They are indeed off. And indications checked. We've got 1 EPR. The pressure is 1 because, of course, it's neutral out there. And we've got fuel use readouts reset. So if you press this button, it swaps to used. They are also at 0, but then you can reset it over here if it was left over from the previous flight. Engine oil indications checked. Do we have enough oil? Took me a while to find this first time, but here we go. Oil quantity is set to 16 and 15 quarts, so we have enough oil for the flight. We also have hydraulic quantity. We have enough hydraulics for the flight, which is good news. TRC set, pushing buttons. TRC is this, I think, and I'm going to set it to takeoff would be 1.95. We could also set it to flex and set the temperature, which is something we'll do once we have the computer up and running. Fuel quantity indicator is checked, and you can again test this if you wanted to with some set numbers that it should display. That's working. And then we're going to go geared or open light should be off, which it is indeed. And you can test the warnings for that. TAS and SAT set. It's 17 degrees outside. It says 130. I don't know why it says 130, but maybe that's all it can do when we're not moving anywhere. And we're going to set up the instruments and MAC indicators later and test the EFIS. We've done the altimeter, done the GPWS, done the vertical speeds. Right, hydraulic system test. That's what we're going to do now. I'm just doing everything I can do before we actually do the final sort of bits that I need for the flight. So for this one, here we can see our hydraulic pressure is at 0, and we can see the flaps have drooped down. And as proof this works, thank you so much, Paul9, for the incredibly generous €20, and then another €20. Far too kind. Paul9 says, I have to go. Have a safe flight, Captain. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll see you next time. And yeah, unbelievably generous. Thank you, Paul9. Have a good day, and we'll see you either in the replay or on the next stream. Thanks so much. Have a good afternoon. Really, really appreciate it. Right, so yeah, I don't know what to say to Paul9. It's far too generous. Hydraulic system test. So what we're going to do here is we're going to apply pressure to it with the aux pump. We can put it to override, or I think we can just put it on as well. There we go. And you can see the flaps now travel in. It's provided pressure to the right-hand system. If we put the transfer switch on, it can provide pressure to the left hand. I don't know if they're what they called actually. Is it green, blue, left, right, 1, 2? Anyway, that all works. So we're going to put those back to off and off. Don't need to do anything else. Leave the engine pumps on high. So that's all working. Brake temp indicator is down here. You can test it. Let me just get rid of this. Can I get rid of this FO yoke? I'm not sure actually. But yeah, the brake temperatures are down here. They're sitting just above ambient. There's no problem at all. You can test it and choose which one you want. I'm not sure what it shows when it's set to all. Is it just the highest, like the 146? Curious. Thank you again, Paul9. Really appreciate it. Static air to norm on this side. Crew oxygen mask we would check. Radar, rudder height, cantilever power. So to verify the rudder height cantilever is in power and the rudder control manual lights are off. That's in normal. We've got more lights over here. Panel lights, floodlights. I'm not sure where the rudder... I'm pretty sure that it is in power because I didn't find it last time and I had no trouble. So we're going to say that's working. So that's all about, there's hydraulic backup for the rudder system, I believe. Right, takeoff warning. Thrust levers we can test. Just like the 737, you can bring it forward. You can see it actually tries to pressurize the aircraft there. It runs the valve and now it's going to run it back. It's amazing to see this working in real time. I wonder if we go outside. I'm curious now. As it seems to be moving that valve, that's the valve I'm talking about over here. Let's just let's put the thrust levers forward and see what it does. Yeah, there you go. There's the outflow valve motoring as the aircraft prepares for a takeoff effectively. How amazing. Excellent. Again, they've not missed a trick with the detailing on this one. Fuel shut-off levers are off. So they are here. Those are to off. And we've got the fuel crossfeed lever to off. I don't know where the fuel crossfeed lever is. That has beaten me. That has totally beaten me. So apologies for that. Flap takeoff selector stow. So we've actually got over here a little takeoff selector. It is in the stow position. This is going to come up later. We'll talk about that later. Really confusing. I've had a lot of help with that one to make me help me understand a bit of it. 82 TCAS test set ADFs. And now we are ready to load up the aeroplane for the flight. Good. So we're now powered up. We're running on the APU. We've got air for the passengers. Let us, first of all, get the ATIS, and then we'll get a clearance from air traffic control, and then we'll set up the aircraft. That is the traditional way we do things. So let me get the latest Gatwick ATIS. They are QNH 1028. And we have information. Golf. They're using 08 right. We've got surface wind 0808 knots. So it's a headwind on runway 08, no surprise. And we have a temperature of 18. Nice day. Good. They haven't got an estimated log-off time, so that's good news. The weather radar does not work, I do not believe, because it's still a problem with the Microsoft Flight Simulator core simulator that needs to be addressed, I believe, in this aircraft. Fuel cross-feed lever is at the right side of the throttle. Aha! That. So I'm going to assume that's in the off position. Thank you very much. This quadrant here in the middle is the real test on this aircraft. So next I'm going to go to, we just have Gatwick Tower. 124225. I wonder if my radio panel is going to work. I didn't fly my other flights on VATSIM. Sounds like it is. What stand are we on? Totally forgotten. 35. Gary, good afternoon. Meridiana 548, stand 35. MD-82, QNH 1028 with information. Golf request clearance, Olbia.
And Air Italy 164, there's no reback required. Break speedbird 2063, apologies. Say again.
Speedbird 2063, have a Golf formation required.
Ah, yes, at least needs to turn on pneumatic levers. We need to give them air. So that's here.
South 21.
And now there is air pressure, and we can go on the overhead panel. And if I switch this to auto, we'll get pressure into the packs, and the passengers will get some fresh air. Thank you very much.
Speedbird 2063, going to be sending you a new flight plan. If you just report you're able to accept 5.
MSFS Simmer, enjoy your football game.
Lufthansa 777, contact London 129.
I do agree, the freeway Gatwick is amazing. It is excellent.
129, 425 for the nice sales and go 777.
Alright, I'm going to try again.
Gatwick Tower,
oh, missed my chance there.
Holding Juliet 1 now.
Easy 75 Charlie Echo, thank you, there'll be about 2 minute delay.
Roger that, Easy 75 Charlie Echo.
Gatwick, good afternoon, Meridiana 548, stand 35, MD-82 with Golf, QNH 1028, request clearance, Olbia.
Meridian 164, thank you. You're going to need to file a Seaford departure. It'll be Seaford Yankee 47 routing then Bembo. I can send you a whole new flight plan if you prefer.
Not sure if he's talking to me. Totally different flight number.
Gatwick Tower, KLM 21 Tango Bravo, taxi please.
KLM 21 Tango Bravo, taxi now, holding point.
So what's happened is Simbrief spat out a flight plan via...
Juliet Tango 26 right.
This is a common thing actually. It's done a flight
Juliet
plan
7,
from
Lima,
08 right,
Romeo,
direct
Juliet
Bognor.
Tango 26 right.
Now Gatwick doesn't have
KLM
any
21 Tango
standard instrument departures via Bognor from 08 right. They actually go via Seaford. It's an issue that comes up with flight planning systems like this. Let me just check again. Gatwick Tower, Meridiana 548. Apologies if that call was for us, but we're quite happy to route via Seaford and then skip Bognor and carry on with our route, if that's okay. I don't believe we need to refile.
Meridian 548 now. I'll just double check with the AC controller and see what they prefer.
Okay, thanks. yeah, in real life, this happens because, of course, the flight plan will be filed whatever they had. So it's an annoying feature of airports that use departures that don't all match up. I don't think they should do it, but this is how it is. But in real life, they would just they wouldn't force you to refile the flight plan because, of course, they could change runway whilst you taxi out, and what you're going to do, you have to file a whole new flight plan. So it's a bit obstructive when they do. This is not VATSIM's fault. This is a feature of having SIDs that all end at different points, which Gatwick does. Okay, come on. Let's see. Won't take us long to get going from here, by the way. Engine startup and so on is relatively straightforward after this, he says. Let's hope I don't make a mess of it. By the way, the departures we're talking about, in case you're wondering. So, let's close it and I can show you our route. So, we are planned via Bognor, but the departures from 8 right go via Seaford. So all we need to do is forget Bognor, and we'll go to Seaford, and then carry on to Benbow. Hence, the controller said, expect Seaford, then Benbow. It's just exactly the same thing, but off the different runway. That's what would happen in real life.
Line up and wait, 08 right, East Box Charlie.
Seaford, Yankee 47, then Benbow. There you go. So, thanks very much, Lauren B. We have a few VATSIM controllers here. So thanks, Lauren B, who is our ATC expert. There's the up Yankee 47. But again, this happens in real life, and there's nothing you can do. You just have to match it up as best you can. It's a puzzle. It's just a puzzle. That's all it is. Thanks for those follows, AWACS, Briar, Steve, Qubit. Really appreciate it.
Tower, radio check for Shamrock 119. Shamrock 119, readability is fine.
Hotel Sky 412 with information Golf aboard QNH1028. A320 NEO will stand 101 looking for...
Oh, this is a bit frustrating though. Well, anyway, we know the departure.
Unfortunately, no flight
Seaford.
I think I'll find it now.
It's going to have to be Seaford. But the 08 right Seaford departure. So I think what we're going to do, we got... there it is. 4 Zulu takes us down to Seaford. That seems to be... I can't imagine it being... it could be one of these, could it? No. It could also be the 9 Papa, 9 Whiskey. Let's see. 6,000 in all cases because we're going south, not over London. 6,000. So we're going to 6,000 feet, so I can set that up.
Takeoff 08 right.
So you've got to scroll it above 1,000, then it goes up in chunks. And I found out that if you press tab, that's how you get increments on this, which took me a while to work out. Oh, which don't do while you're opening that. Anyway, so 6,000 feet is going to be our stop altitude. You can see it's got out hold armed already. We will engage different modes when we get underway. What I can also do is start up the calculator. We know the runway we're going, so let's get that going. So performance, airports, E, G, KK. This is quite responsive, by the way. It's 8 right.
W2123 London 129.
Condition dry, flat optimum, wind 080 at 8. Now you could just leave it at 0 for 8 knots. I'd be tempted not to bother putting a wind in case it's lighter when you get there. But anyway, high pressure, which is going to help us. So QNH 1028. Outside air temperature, it's a little bit higher, so we do need to put that in because we don't want the wrong temperature in case it thinks we have more performance than we do. Anti-ice off. Packs will stay on. I'm not going to reduce the runway distance. We'll probably end up full length from 8 right. Takeoff weight. We can actually see our gross weight, 63,450. I believe that's correct.
Easy 15 from your Charlie, ready to taxi.
There you go.
Stand 131, looking for clearance.
And calculate. Flaps 5. Max takeoff weight 73. We're below that. And there's our speeds. Very good, isn't it? Let me just check that those weights are right. So we actually don't need these. Actually, no, we do need these numbers. So takeoff weight CG is going to be 15.7. That's something we're going to need later. Our takeoff weight is 63.2. So this should say 63.4. It does. So everything seems to be matching up. That's great. So we'll leave it on performance. And we're going to have a VR of 150 knots. I'm going to have to talk to this controller in a second and work this out. You have to put on the out selector to arm it. Of course, thank you very much. So you just have to click on it, and then you get 60 in the arm section. I like that, but it's in amber. However, I hate the fact you have to do it.
Golf,
It should automatically
Bravo
arm.
Yankee
I believe they did
Kilo,
modify
if you
aircraft
can
that
say again,
did
please.
automatically arm later on.
Yeah, we're
Elitist Mackie says,
4
let's see if you
miles
actually
for
arm,
touch and go.
actually set flat 5.
Golf,
Indeed, it is a bit of a
November
challenge.
Roger, 08 right, clear
Yes,
touch and go,
so there you go. We got the
08,
6,000 feet
08 knots.
arms now. Dash 8 had the same thing. I did fly the Dash 8 in real life. It was a nuance. It's much better when it automatically arms, because that's why you set it in the window.
Right, modified it, flight level 350.
Right, I'm not sure what's going on
Let's
here.
go
This
for
is
the
a thing. Oh yeah, we can click here to get the speeds. So we want 146, 150, 159, 146, and then it goes to 159 straight away. So that's V2. I'm not sure what speed we're supposed to put in here, so I don't know what everyone would recommend. I'm going to put in V2 of 159. It's quite a common sort of thing to have in there. Let me just chat to the controller.
Sorry, sir, can you repeat? 2063.
If you just refire with the new flight plan I sent you,
Ah,
and,
below the weather
I'll
over
send
speed
you a
cards.
PDC clearance once I've got the new flight plan my end.
Oh, doesn't seem to work for me. Maybe I haven't got that selected in the menu. Gatwick Meridiana 548. Any update for us?
Sorry for it, apologies. I'll pay you a PDC now.
Thank you very much. Cool, we'll do PDC, which we don't need to acknowledge. That's going to ease the workload. Right, we're cleared to Olbia 8 right, Seaford 4 Zulu. There we go. Squawk of 4220 and then 124225 who we're talking to. Very kind of the controller. So, Squawk, you will probably recognise this from the other aircraft that released just a day, I think, or so before this. It is the same style as a 146. So 4220. And let's put in our flight ID. It's got Maddog, which is not correct. We are going to be the ISS 548. Enter. Good. That's on standby, which is fine. And we got 4220 as a squawk. So that's a clearance. For Zulu then, let's just forget this chart. And we'll stick to the 4 Zulu. So this is the more modern RNAV. 220 knots initially, 6,000 feet for the turn, and then down we go. Right.
Golf Kilo Lima contact
Time to load up the
126.825.
FMC.
126.825.
Got the correct engines, got the correct air rack, MD-82. Pos in it. We are starting at Gatwick. Now this is going to be very familiar to those of you from Boeing. It is the same. Does the gate work? I doubt it. Not in database, never does. But we'll take our GNS1 position, which is going to be very similar, but a bit more accurate than the reference point, and we'll put it in there. Route EGKK to LIEO.
KLM 21 Tango Bravo. Hold
Taking off
Juliet
from
1.
08.
Hold
Right.
Juliet 1, KLM 2 Tango Bravo.
Good. Then we're going to go to departure
KLM
arrival.
21 Tango Bravo track information.
08 right.
28, just joining the IFR circuit south of the field. 08 right. So you're clear.
This controller's having to work hard.
Say
C
again,
for 4
please,
Zulu
KLM 2
departure.
Tango Bravo.
KLM 21 Tango Bravo, you're clear takeoff. Wind 080.
So there's Seaford 4 Zulu to Seaford.
To take off,
And now,
08 right.
I'm going
KLM 2
to
Tango
just
Bravo.
bring up my full route, so I will miss the
Garage
chat a little
Tower,
bit.
Shamrock 119,
But
and
we've already
reach
agreed we're going from Seaford to, there would be an airway, but we're going to go to Benbow.
face the west, Shamrock
Direct,
119.
basically. We can take an airway. Just going to activate that before I miss something.
Meridiana 164, we're
From
ready for push to start.
Benbow, we're joining Upper Lima.
Meridiana
612.
164, you pushed up through face to the west.
To Resme,
Approved face west, Meridiana 164.
then we're taking direct to Idavo. Resme, direct Idavo, direct Gipno. Recognise some of these waypoints. Then Barso. It's very responsive, this FMS. I do like it a lot. I think they've done a nice job with this. And then direct to Pigos. And you can see the detail we can go to now in Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is, this is what we would expect. This is good stuff. From Pigos, we're taking Mike 622 to Bebev.
3063, got a clearance for you when you're ready.
Alrighty, speedbird 206.
Upper
Thank
Mike
you. After departure,
733
straight ahead to altitude
to Corsi.
3,000 feet. Squawk 2714.
After takeoff,
And then the
straight,
Corsi 2 Golf. So execute that.
Can you repeat?
Perth
Please?
inits.
Sorry?
We are going to cruise
Straight ahead 3,000.
33,000 feet.
Okay,
There it
Corsi
is.
squawk 3,000.
Fuel, we're going with 11 tons. I don't know what the schedule means. I'm going to put in A for manual schedule. I'm not entirely familiar with what it's telling us. 0 fuel weight. $52.5. Could round it up. 52.6.
Speedbird 2063.
Maximum altitude is 328. So let's go at 310 then.
Maintain 3,000 feet. Squawk 4725. Speedbird 2063.
2063, correct.
There we go. Reserves are going to be 2.5, 2.9. Quite a lot of reserves. There we go. 2.9 on the reserves. Cruise wind is going to be 036 at 13. That's the average cruise wind. ISO deviation. Oh, it's -2. Top of climb, outside engine pressure, -49. Transition altitude 6,000. That's all good. Next is the takeoff page, 18 degrees, and let's load in the speeds. So, back to our calculator.
And speed of 1 Alpha Mike, with information go.
There's our departure time, 146, 150, 159.
Aircraft time.
Right, so speed of 1 Alpha Mike, stand 15 and craft 183. 320.
KLM 21 Tango Bravo, contact London 129.
There it is. Pre-flight complete. Speeds loaded in.
2945.
Good. We can do the arrival when we get underway. So that's the FMS loaded. VOR failed because we haven't set it to anything. Let's have airports. Let's have it to ARC. Let's zoom in. And what we can do is go to... That's not the right page I want.
Romeo Charlie by Juliet 108.
There we go. And if we go to legs, just like a Boeing, and we set this to plan, we can step through. We've got the restrictions above 2,000, above 3,000, above 5,000, and then at 6,000 feet, and down we go. And there's our route. Looks sensible all the way down, and then we'll set our arrival as we get there. So that's good news. Let's go back to our takeoff page. Let's put this back to map. We could tune a VOR of some variety. 1170 VOR for Seafoods. Course to get there, it's roughly 163, so I'm just going to have that as a backup, but of course this is more for when you're not flying RNAV stuff. Stopping at 6,000 feet, not changing the mode here, we'll have 30 degrees initial bank angle, and I'm going to set the heading to straight ahead on the 08. Good. I'm not going to worry about the FOs and AVs, but of course they would set theirs to be appropriate. Right, we are getting there. How is everyone doing? I haven't seen the chat for a little while. I can only apologise. N, not A. Okay, Lisa Maggie says N, not A. Let's do that. I knew I'd messed something up. Fuel. So it's 11 N.
Airframe 204 is stand 131.
There we go.
Push back.
Pitboy FMS SP. Yeah, it is. Just like those you've seen Fallout. 1170, not 171. Thank you very much. Oh.
All stations stand by. There's controller change in progress.
No dear. Yeah, 170. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Brandon says, did you rotate the 0 fuel weight knob to enter your actual 0 fuel weight so the correct gross weight will show? I think it was set, yes. 0 fuel weight, 52.5.
All stations,
there it is.
tower closing, contact the dictator 126.825.
Controllers off to enjoy a nice sunny afternoon. 126.825.
That's all stations, contact director 126.825.
126.825. Okay, with director. Right. 5 minutes late so far. So we've done takeoff information, we've done takeoff data.
7 Charlie Alpha Gatwick, hello, you clear to Amsterdam.
Sort of. Performance. Right, we need to do this. So flaps to 5, select temp to 50. Right, here we go. For this, I'm going to set takeoff flex, and then I set this temperature over here to...
Clear to Amsterdam by
50.
Clear to Amsterdam
That
by
changes the,
frame 10 departure
hopefully,
off
the
of
EPR limit, but
08
you've got to
right,
turn
it's
the
5
ART switch to off.
1157
There we go. So
Charlie Alpha.
normal toga is 1.98. Takeoff 50 is 1.82. So
47 Charlie
that is a
Alpha,
flex
correct?
takeoff set for the engine modes. And we also need to set the flap and the trim. So we have a takeoff weight CG of 15.7. So that's set there, 15.7. And the flaps are going to be at 5. So we're just going to set that to 5. And that moves this green band. And then we just have to line the trim. This is just an indicator. I didn't realize that. So thank you to those who commented on the video. Good. Takeoff flex is done. Radio aids are set. Speeds, heading, DFGS out readouts are all set. FMS is all loaded. We are rattling through the checklist now. So next, we've done the load sheets,
Subject 15 Mike, reduce
done the
speed
trims,
180 knots.
Speeds 180
done the aids, parking brake is set. We are going to use the APU air, so that is set to on, and we've opened the cross feeds. So I think we're up to the checklists.
Correct taxi.
Oh yeah, and we're going to set the, so let's, basically the last thing we need to do,
I suppose to taxi in the air, I guess. Speed of 2063.
Thrust levers are at idle.
Hello.
Ignition switch,
Taxi
I'm going to use system
via
A.
Papa, hold short Juliet.
The aircraft is now ready to start. Finally, 1 hour, 5 minutes later. Not the longest we've ever done, but pretty bad.
2063.
And we're going to go to aircraft services, close up the doors. Now, I can't ever get the aft stair to close. I think this is a bug. I have no luck with it. So you can also de-ice the aircraft, by the way. Pretty cool. Oh, and something else, whilst that happens, I can show you in here, which is you can go to menu, ACARS, pre-flight, init data, and you can actually load it in
Flight level 70,
from the Simbury flight plan we put in. Pretty cool. I like that.
Director Meridiana 164 ready for taxi.
Please tell me that hasn't just deleted my flight plan. And then you've got, it sends you the load sheet and so on through there. It's quite clever. If you go to receive messages, eventually they'll appear. But anyway, let's go menu.
Meridiana 164,
No, thank goodness.
Roger, taxi via Papa, hold short, correction. Yes, Papa,
After there's
hold
the
short, kilo.
pneumatic pressure closed, turn on the aux pump for a while. Aha.
Meridiana 164.
Is that hydraulic pressure you mean?
Good afternoon, Dictator Sky 42 on the ground.
There they go. Brilliant. There's always a reason, so I was wrong. Not a bug. After it was closed.
Skyways 412, excellent. Taxi Quebec,
I'm going to
hold
connect the
short,
tug.
Juliet.
Quebec, hold short, Juliet, Sky 42.
Conduit 15 Mike, turn right, heading 050
This is my very busy
degrees.
frequency.
Turn right heading 050 degrees.
Meridiana 548, stand 35, request push and start.
Rihanna 548, Roger 35, push start approved.
Push shot approved, Meridiana 548. Great. Push shot approved. Let's do the usual bits. Transponder goes to transponder. We're going to put the
Golf Kilo Lima,
beacon.
readability 5, do you have the field in sight?
floodlights, position strobe
Golf Kilo
lights,
Lima, Roger,
and
clear visual
collision.
approach, runway 08, right, report final.
That's red beacon. That is on. Here we go then. It's time.
15 Romeo Charlie, continue now to flight
So we
level
could run through all
70.
this, but I'm not going to bore you with that because we have done it all. We're
Continue
going to go to the
flight
before
level
start
70,
checklist. Parking
15
brake is
Romeo
set.
Station calling for clearance, say call sign only.
Pneumatic pressure. To get this,
Easy 152.
we need
Have you not
to
already got clearance?
remove the auto switches to off to stop it feeding the packs, and that will increase the
Easy
pneumatic
152,
pressure down
Roger,
here,
clear the
otherwise it's too
Newcastle,
low. So we
landing
have the
11
pressure,
departure,
engine
08 right,
ignition
call
to system A.
7571.
We're going to turn on all the left center fuel pumps on, everything is on, anti-collision lights are on, APU norm, econ switch is norm,
Correct,
we had that anyway, air conditioning switch
Juliet,
off,
hold short, Quebec.
it is off, pneumatic crossfeeds open, thrust levers idle, and now we can start the engines. There we go. Right, let's push back and then we'll start up the engines. So we're clear for pushback. I'm going to release the parking brake.
Through 2063, taxi Juliet,
And
hold short, Quebec.
Reverse. We are going. We've made it. Let's start the clock.
15 Romeo Charlie, contact London 129.425. 129.425, easy 15 Romeo Charlie, bye bye. Time jet
Goodness
15
me.
Mike, cleared ILS 08 right, speed 160 to 4.
Thanks very much
Right,
for the help on the hydraulics there. It does explain a lot.
Start approved, facing west, QNH 1027.
Clear push facing west.
Look at that. Awesome.
1027.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How's the audio, guys? Is it okay? Can you hear the
Meridiana 164,
simulator, or can you just hear a traffic? Let me know.
Quebec.
Afternoon, Dirk. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Meridiana 164.
Yeah, we can hear the other Meridiana. That is another Danair virtual Meridiana. Excellent.
Speedbird 132, hold position, brake, Speedbird crashing easy.
I'm going to start the engines after
47
push
Charlie
because
Alpha,
it's,
pushing start approved, face
I'll mess it
south,
up.
QNH 1027.
Thanks, Mickey. That's good to know. Excellent.
Golf Kilo Lima,
I mean,
touch and go,
as I say,
right, wind 0803,
I don't have
8
any
knots.
complaints. No, that's not true. But I don't think the textures are a showstopper. I actually think some of the textures are excellent, especially at this distance, which is where I spend most of my time.
France 204, hold short Quebec.
I think I do a straight push back just to make life.
Hold short Quebec.
Actually, no, because if they want to push back as well. Oh, there's no one behind us. We'll do a
47
straight push.
Charlie Alpha, pushing start approved, face south, QNH
Big wide taxiway
1027.
here.
Push through, face south, QNH 1047.
That seems slightly loud. Okay, thanks. I do have that slightly louder, so I can always hear it, but that's something I could definitely improve on. Okay, let's stop there.
Hold position.
I'm going to set the parking brake. I'm going to remove the tug.
Easy 47 Charlie Alpha, director.
Right, pushback is complete. Let's get the
Sorry,
engines
second?
up and running.
Easy 47 Charlie Alpha, if you could
Now
push
this is
back
not as
far
bad
enough
as it
that you can
seems. We
access
simply
taxiway Quebec,
have to, we've
please,
done the
that would
checklist.
be amazing.
So ready to start. Off goes the tug. Let me just check the parking brake is definitely
Oh, that's what I
set.
can do.
There we go. There's two options
Easy
here.
201, pushing start approved,
Let
face
us
south, QNH
start engine number
1027.
2. And what we're going to do is put the start switch to on. So number 2, I'm going to hold this switch to on. Now to do that, you can use the scroll wheel. Again, thanks for the comments on the video for help with that. We get loads of warnings down here, by the way.
Hold short Quebec.
That is now going to spin by pumping air into that
Skyrim
engine, and
412,
N2 is
taxi
spinning.
Juliet, hold Juliet
I want
4.
N2 to reach 20% as the motoring speed. You can see N1 starting to turn. If we jump outside, we might be able to spot that. So we're just pushing air through the engine to spin it around, as you do. Yeah, it's a bit dark in there.
Easy 152,
20% is
hold
in.
position, due to
So what do you
traffic.
think we do? The ignition system's on. We just simply have to add fuel. Fuel on. Fuel flow.
Gatwick, good afternoon.
EGT rise, so we have light up.
112 with hotel
And off we go.
clearance to Venice, please.
No, we should have lined up with the taxiway, but I don't have the
132, pushing start approved, face west,
toolbar
QNH
pushback at the moment for a few reasons, so I'm just making my life easier. Straight pushes are a thing though. It is possible to be given a straight push like that. Air traffic could ask you to do it. In lots of Scandinavia they do.
Juliet.
Quebec, Hotel Juliet, Air France 24.
Tom Jet 15
Good, so that's worked. EGT's dropping, N1 is stabilised. Now the only problem with using my scroll wheel method is it doesn't recenter, so do that, and let's start the next engine.
Shamrock 119.
You see the pressure drop as it supplies it into the engine. That engine is still stabilising.
2063,
N2
hold short
working.
Tango.
By the way, here's a nice cabin view for you.
Through the 2063, continue, hold short Tango.
Still can't see it though, it's hidden behind there.
Tango 2063.
Meridiana 164, hold short Tango.
20%.
Hold short Tango,
Fuel on.
164. 84, 5 Delta
Fuel flow.
Victor, clear to Venice, Aldervic 2 Zulu departure,
EGT.
08 right, squawk 7577.
Clear to Venice, Odvic 2 Zulu departure 7577, easy 45 Delta Victor.
Amazingly, the later versions of this aircraft had the IAE V2500 engine installed, which is of course what we know and love from the A320 series, a great engine. So
Director easily 46 my top shot, and 3 information for hotel on board.
they've done really well on the heat blur effects out of the engine as well. I think they look spot on. See the APU one as well coming out there. Right, that's stabilised.
45 Delta Victor, correct, but brake easy
Off
46
and
Foxtrot,
close.
just check your DMs please.
And that's it. Engines are started. As I said, pretty reasonable, pretty straightforward. Now I'm not going to do the after-start flow. What I'm going to
Golf Kilo Lima,
do
Roger, clear to leave the
is
Gatwick controls.
run
and
through
take
the
you over
normal
to terrain clearance,
procedures
on the
for
right,
it. That
altitude
did all work. So
1500
everything's
VFR.
stabilised. Let's get ourselves onto the correct electrical system. No, I don't think we need to actually. We just need to check
Golf Kilo Lima,
over
Roger,
here.
remain
I'm going to check that the left and right
Okay,
generators are
well,
working, which they are. I can turn off the APU as a result. I'm not using the APU for electrics anymore.
Hold Juliet 4.
Engine ignition selector goes to off,
taxi
so we're not
Juliet,
starting up the
Juliet
engines.
4.
Pitot-static heaters come on now. As long as it's set to any of these positions, it will power all of them. I didn't realise that, but that's what it's doing.
2063.
Airflow
taxi
anti-ice switch is
Tango,
not
runway
required.
26 right,
We
hold
don't need the
Juliet
lights.
7.
We've got pneumatic pressure above the yellow arc. We've got loads of pneumatic pressure. And
Acceptable, remain 26 left.
we're going to have the
Hold short.
tail of the ice
Okay.
off. We're not using the
Negative,
lights
taxi
there.
Tango,
Pneumatic crossfeed
along runway
valves to
26 right,
close.
hold Juliet 7.
Okay, how long should
So
it
let's see if this works. Oof, that's brutal to watch.
And just confirm you're going to taxi along runway 26.
Is that still providing us
Right.
with pressure? Yes, it is. So I'm going to actually give auto here so that the passengers get some air while we're on the ground.
Okay, 336.
And then we would
Meridiana 164, taxi Tango, onto runway 26 right, hold
Oh,
Juliet
I've got lost
7.
here. Hold on. Stand by, stand by, stand by.
Alright, Tango, then on to 26 right, hold Juliet 7, Meridiana 164.
Oh, we're going to use the checklist.
Shamrock 119,
Forget it.
advise
This is getting
Juliet
too
1,
complicated.
takeoff
I'm going to
08
use this
right,
checklist.
080
I'll start. Engine
degrees, 8
ignition
knots.
off. Pitot-statics on.
Please
Airflow
take
anti-ice
off
off.
0
Air
right,
conditioning
Shamrock
auto.
119.
Door lights are off. And the hydraulic systems. So we're going to set them all to aux pump on. And the transition pump on. There we go. Next is the taxiing checklists.
Tom Jet 1. 15 Mike, Roger,
I'll do this as we get out to the runway. We've got a long old taxi to go.
Juliet and Papa and Lima, stand 5-1.
Taxi Juliet Papa.
MD-90 was a different plane. MD-80 NEO, if you wish. Very good. Thanks, Laura.
Lima, leaving controlled airspace, radar services terminated, escort constable QT.
Andy doesn't like the heat blow in this sim. X-plane looks like the gases are coming out from the engine core. This is just like, yeah, it can look a bit wishy-washy. I think this one's better than the others, though. Meridiana 548, request taxi.
Meridiana 548, Roger, taxi Kilo Alpha, Kilo, hold short November.
Kilo Alpha, Kilo to hold short November. Ready to find at 548.
Scabbers 412, hold Juliet 1.
Goodbye.
Hold
Right.
Juliet 1, go 412.
If you are enjoying, do please hit the like button if you're enjoying watching me suffer through this, because it's, yeah, this goes against so many things in my head trying to fly this aircraft. Right, Kilo Alpha, Kilo, hold short November. So we're going to go round there. Pretty straightforward. I'll put the nose light to dim, and I'll put the wing lights. I'm going to put them on because I think they look good. Right, it's all clear. It's all clear. Let's go for
Speedbird 1
brake
Mike,
release.
Roger, hold short Kilo Alpha.
And we are moving. This is why I took extra fuel for all of the extra delay I'm going to cause. So yeah, I think the heat blow in this aircraft looks a bit better. And my favourite thing they've added is it's got exhaust smoke. So if you really boost the engines, out comes that sort of dirty oil colour. It's really good. Really nice detail. Before I run into the back of another airplane. So we're going to go round, over here, take a right turn and hold.
Shamrock 119, contact London Control, 129.425, goodbye. 129.45,
Thanks for the follows. Thanks, Lovely, for the subscription.
412, clear for takeoff 08 right, wind 080 degrees 8 knots.
The Unknown Aviator, I like X-Plane 11, I like Microsoft Flight Simulator, I don't use P3D.
Super 2063, hold Juliet 1.
I'm using the free Gatwick mod on flightsim.to. I had to update it to get the latest version, but it's just stunning.
Speedbird 1 Alpha.
Oh, let's get this right, because there's somebody over there.
MD-80 from the right, hold Juliet 7.
Okay, that makes sense. They are going to, that aircraft over there is going to follow us. Just checking.
Speedbird 132, taxi Juliet,
I
hold
think
Juliet
that's the case
4.
anyway.
Taxi Juliet, hold Juliet 4.
We need to set the flaps and all sorts still.
PG2601, once you're on Quebec, hold short Juliet.
Thanks, Doji, for the follow.
Gatwick Director, good afternoon, Channel 01 Papa, passing flight level 104080, inbound mid.
Shannick 01
Yeah,
Papa,
so
Gatwick, hello, landing
we've done
08 right,
it's
no
a
delay,
lot of things
descend
we've had to
flight
do to get this
level
airplane to this position. It is,
Landing
and
08 right,
it's,
no delay.
when you know what you're doing, it's not so bad, but I don't, and also
Super 2063,
it's taken me
08 right.
a fair while to even get to this point, and this probably, this is not very impressive. Doji, yeah, we do indeed. Twitch and
you to
YouTube.
listen, please. Taxi by Lima, Quebec, hold short Juliet.
So we're going to hold short November.
We're
We're on Kilo. I can see Kilo there. There's Papa.
Meridiana 548, taxi via Kilo, hold short Quebec.
Kilo, hold short Quebec. Meridiana 558. It will all get simpler when we're out by the runways, and then we'll have a better chance.
Super 2063, the wind 080
No, that's not
degrees,
working.
8 knots, runway 08 right, clear for takeoff.
We're over here. So I'm taking...
Takeoff 08 right, speedbird 206.
let me get my head straight.
Air France 204, hold Juliet 1. Hold Juliet 1, Air France.
Yeah, I'm on Kilo.
Scabbers 412,
And
contact London Control.
we're going to follow it to hold short of Quebec. So I'm going to take Kilo, a little left, right, and then Quebec is at the other end of that apron. That makes sense. Okay, good news. Right. Anything we can do here? APU air switch is going to come off because we can use the engine air. That's what we're using now. So APU air switch is off. TRP art as required. So the TRP is set to take off flex. I think that's talking about the thrust. So that is done. V-bugs are set. Flight instruments checked. FMS checked. Flight controls. So flight controls, I'll bring them up for takeoff probably. But yeah, they are running on the trim tab system, although there are some hydraulic backups. So you can see that actually the trim tabs move as I do this, and the roll spoilers move, but the controls don't move until it actually works. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it. WK says this freeway Gatwick is amazing. It is. All credit to the developers. Such a good job. It does take a bit of thrust. We've got quite a lot of weight here, but it does take a bit of thrust to keep this plane moving.
France 204,
right, flaps slightly, but set. So this is the mission. We wanted flaps of 5. So I bring them out to the extending position, and then it would just set the flaps to something too high. Hopefully it doesn't 4 kilo. And then what we need to do is scroll this wheel to 5, and you can actually see the flaps moving. So that's now set to 5.
Speed, correction, easy 152, hold short Lima.
And now the flaps move to 5. I had no idea about that when I made my video. One of the most confusing parts of this airplane. Why they came up with that, I don't know. But we now have flaps set to 5. As Quebec, so we're going to hold short. And by the way, there's the flat set to takeoff in the green, TO. So we've made it. So the flat lever needs to be in the takeoff range, and then you can dial it in.
Correction, Meridiana 548, taxi via Quebec, and Juliet, hold short Tango.
Quebec, Juliet, hold short Tango, Meridiana 548. First left is Quebec.
Civic 2063, turn right, heading 160
and then Juliet
degrees,
is the outer taxiway there.
Feet.
This aircraft was really yeah, I don't understand where they came up with that flap system. Why couldn't it just set them normally? Now the trim system is interesting. It's actually quite a neat solution where you just draw it in and it shows you what you need to set it to. I think that's quite clever to have that visual reminder. However, the flap system, why it has to be so precise, why it can't just have a couple of flap settings, because the chance of getting the wrong flap seems much bigger like this. But anyway, yeah, I am leaving the APU on. I believe we're going to use it for takeoff, but somebody can correct me on that. I think.
France 204, clear for takeoff 0.
Well, I'll just follow the checklist. I think it could be used. We're going to hold short Juliet. Sorry, we're going to join Juliet. Hold short Tango. So we're going to join Juliet. My mistake. And then we're going to carry on out and hold short of Tango. Right. Can anybody hear me? Am I on YouTube? Okay. That was the most spectacular crash of Flight Simulator I've ever had. Twitch is down. Let me check on Twitch. Twitch might be back. So, yeah, everything crashed there. Everything. So stand by for a second, and we're going to fix this. We've fixed this before. We don't give up. What we're going to do is I'm going to load up the Flight Simulator. It'll take a minute, but it should be possible. I'm hoping we won't have to restart the computer, but basically what we lost there was Streamlabs completely crashed. So that's the streaming software, and then the computer crashed. So we are going to load up on the runway in Gatwick. We're going to get the airplane to where it was. So I'm going to load it up on the threshold, and we're going to set up the flaps, and we're going to fly the departure, and then we'll reconnect to VATSIM. I would like to say, and this is my genuine opinion. I know it's annoying that it's crashed, and it's, we want to blame something, and I've had just as many X-plane crashes as Flight Simulator crashes while streaming, and I've probably done a similar amount of both by this point. So I'm just going to say that I don't think Flight Simulator is inherently unstable, but it is frustrating when that happens. Now, what's going to be the bigger issue, and what is more frustrating about Flight Simulator now, is it's going to sometime need a computer restart before it will actually be happy. Wouldn't matter if I was just doing this flight myself, but while streaming, that would be a real nuisance. So I'm hoping it works. I don't know what happened there. I lost everything. All my screens went completely black, but I've got two monitors. All my screens. I have two monitors for streaming. Both went completely black, which I've never seen before. There wasn't just a simulator crash there. That was my computer. It wasn't even a crash to desktop, Pavel. Sadly, that was my computer threw in the towel. So I'm restarting it, not in safe mode, because we need everything to work. Let's see what happens. But that was Streamlabs seemed to throw the real wobbly there. I got a big error message from Streamlabs. So I'm impressed you guys are getting anything from me now. So that's good. So So we're going to load up on the runway, and we won't lose any time. We won't lose any time. We'll just get in the air and go. I've got the route ready. We'll just do the first part of the route. Yeah. Yeah, those messages are not to worry about. Okay. Yeah, so we'll load up the first part of the route, which is literally just be the SID. We'll get that performance in. The airplane's, because of this external software, the airplane's already loaded in. Pegasus is complaining. I don't know if this is going to go against me. I'm going to try and reconnect once it's up and running. Yeah, it all crashed at 15:23 Zulu. Oh dear. Screen is all black because I do that whilst I'm loading up the sim, just so it doesn't throw up silly messages or something. Scorpion says, sounds like an NVIDIA crash. Yeah, I think it could have been. I think it could have been. Brandon M says, this is why autosave function is an absolute necessity and not just good addition. Agreed. The Toliss one is excellent. Right. Merging the chats again. Twitch. Let's see what's going on Twitch. Lauren V says, screen's still black. Sorry, Lauren. Yeah, it will be coming soon. Cool heads prevail. Azid, Morphos, that's the plan. Bryce says, thermal reset. MD-80 runs things warmer than normal. It does feel like it. Thanks for coming, Bri Game. I hope you're doing well. Better to crash in the sim than real life, says Skipper Jeff. Yeah, agreed. But still, we made it back. I'm impressed the stream reconnected so easily. Perpetual Amiga says, you're all fired. Oh dear. Right. Somebody, the Gatwick add-on is causing issues. Okay. It's possible. It's possible. Right. Background music is lovely, though, says Captain Wasn't. Excellent. Here we go. We are coming back together, everyone. Join me on the loading screen. That was the latest free version. It was the free version. But again, I don't want to blame Gatwick because Streamlabs died and all the screens died. So there's something funny going on there. Something funny. Brandon M says, it's so frustrating setting up for 30 minutes then having a crash to desktop or worse on final. Agreed. Yeah. Swiss says, this is where I spend most of my life on this screen. You know what? When I'm not streaming, when I'm trying to make a video in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'm the same. I spend most of my life on that screen. I flew a circuit at Gatwick earlier to make sure it was working. Good. Right, let's get the charts back. Oh, they're there. Excellent. Thank you, Navigraph. You are an amazing application. One of my favorites. Let's bring up the checklist. We don't need the camera view. Before takeoff checklist is already complete. Fantastic. We're going to start up the iPads. Whilst that's getting up and running, we're going to check the fuel. We've got 11 tons of fuel. We have our engines running. Excellent. We're going up to 6,000 feet. We know that already. Lovely. FMS. Let's do it the right way around. It's take 2 seconds. Promise. No, I don't promise 2 seconds, but it won't take long. Pre-flight. Init data. Init request. While I do that, let's check the weights are correct. So we got a 0 fuel at 52.5. That is the correct weight. We remember from earlier. There is our flight. Going to go to menu, FMC, POSINIT, EGKK. Why did it say that? That's concerning. EGKK to LIEO. Taking off from 08 right. And departure, arrival, departure, 08 right. Obviously, I'm not going to connect to VATSIM and upset the controller until we're underway. Seaford 4 Zulu. There it is from 08 right. That's in. If I go to legs, does it have the departure? Yes, it does. Perfect. Up to 6,000 feet. Activate. Execute. And we're going to go in here. We said we got 11 tons. And we said, was it N we needed to put in there? 0 fuel weight 52.5. Thankfully didn't take that. Reserves of 2.9. Cruising at, we said 310. Oh dear. So sorry everyone. But thank you for sticking around, and we'll be in the air. Like I say, this won't delay us. If you're watching, it's better to, if you've invested this much time, stick with us. I promise. It's better to do that than leave now after all that time. 036 at 13. I know you've already seen this, but it won't take long. ISO deviation was -2. Outside air temperature. No, forget that. We don't need that. That's an Airbus thing. Good. Takeoff. Right. There it is. Tats and so on. Okay. It won't have remembered, but I remember what we did. Art switch to off, then I can go to takeoff flex, and I can set it to 50, which is the takeoff flex temperature we're using today. There it is. It's also got the correct modes, takeoff, which I wouldn't know how to get, so that was handy. The checklist we were running, we were on the taxi checklist, so we'll actually rerun the taxi checklist so you guys haven't missed anything. Let me just set the QNH. So QNH 1027 now, there we go. So that's the correct flex, and then I've got the speeds written down, luckily. Let me get rid of the yoke. So 1.82 EPR, 146, 150, and 159. There we go, pre-flight complete. Good, so that is done. Engines are up and running. Next is the flaps. So I have a CG, takeaway CG of 15.7, 15.7, flaps of 5. So we scroll that to 5. And now I need to make sure my trimmer is in that green band, which it is. Then we'll move over here and we'll scroll for the weirdest reason. To flaps 5. It's like the Twin Otter, infinite flaps. Good. Flaps move to 5, slats are in the takeoff position. So that is all in the right place. Let's just check everything is working as we would like. How's the stream going? Is everyone here? Hit Toga says. I would also put my squawk on actually, just in case that still works. So we were told squawk 4220. I'll forget the flight ID for now. We can do that in the air. It's on TARA. And we said 1170 for the VLR we're going to. We want a heading. We've got 30 degrees. We're going to have a heading of 080 roughly ahead. And I'm going to put the V2 speed here of 159. And we're going to hit the toga button. Right. So then all we need to do now is arm the auto thrusts. I'm going to put EPR limit on there. Don't think it matters. So just arm the auto thrust and it should go into the correct mode. Good. Let's set the map mode on here. That looks correct. Let's zoom in. Let's go to plan. Don't get to plan. I want map, but I want zoomed in. There we go. Head and then no, don't do that. It's because it's sensing the right click. That's what's going on. Okay, good. TCAS is up and running. Right, I think we're in the same place. You hit disconnect on Toga. Oh, of course I did. These are the Toga ones. There we go. Does that make any difference? Thanks for the help. Right, engines up and running. Auto brake. This is something we needed to do. These need to go to takeoff. Do we arm them? There we go. 6,000 feet's in the window. We got the VOR. It's roughly a southerly course to go there. Not too concerned about exactly which one. 16 something, wasn't it? There we go. Great. Okay, the lights are all on. Anti-collision beacons. We don't need the wing lights. Overhead panel. How are we looking? Art in op is correct because we turned it off ourselves. So we were running through this checklist. We did the flight instruments, FMS, flight controls, flaps and slats, auto brake, auto spoiler, aileron rudders and trim, takeoff briefing and cabin report received before takeoff. Takeoff runway, we've entered at the correct point. Takeoff data confirmed. Fuel should be balanced. We've got it 4.2 on each side, a total of 10.9, which is what we wanted. Brake temperature is checked. Engine ignition should be on both, which it is. And EOAP, I think that's to do with the engine failure SID. But there we go. Checked. Next is the after takeoff checklist. So that checklist is complete. We are actually now, believe it or not, ready to go. If you see takeoff on your indicator, it means it's okay. Thanks, Pearl UK. Arm the altitude by pulling. Yes, of course. Thank you very much. We need to pull. It's still ridiculous, but there it is. Amber 6-0 down there. Let's just turn on the panel lights a bit brighter for you guys. Let me turn on the iPads. Arm spoilers, thank you very much. Click on those. That's now armed. Pressurization is in auto. Oh, and that we'll do the landing pressurization down here. By the way, this message here is correct. Rudder travel unrestricted should show for takeoff. There are rudder travel limiters on aircraft. The Airbus has one as well. The faster you go, the more restricted the rudder travel is, because of course if you're going too fast, it could damage or rip off the tail if you were to be able to apply full rudder. So this is a safety mechanism, but we don't want it for takeoff, because this is the one time if you take off at low speed with a lot of asymmetric drag, you'll need that rudder fully. You'll notice as well the engine's close together, so an engine failure in this takeoff will be a bit nicer than one in a Airbus or any aircraft with the engines further apart. Thank you for those follows, really appreciate it. Thank you for those of you sticking around. We are now almost ready to go. I see, it was already in toga, that's why you've got takeoff on the annunciator. Excellent, thanks very much. I'm just going to, if you turn auto throttle now, it'll go right to takeoff flex. Perfect, that's the plan for the takeoff. Okay, goodness me. So, let me reconnect to Pegasus. Let's see if it works it out. Hopefully that works. Oh, we're moving. We're not going to reconnect to VATSIM just yet, but what I am going to do is bring up our checklists and just make sure, sorry, not the checklist, we're going to bring up the procedures for takeoff. Now, I'm going to also give you guys a chance to tell me what I've done wrong. Auto brake is armed indeed. Thanks very much, Pearl. Dougal says, so now we can say we departed within 15 minutes. Yes, exactly. That's what's happened. So we're going to set takeoff thrust, start the clock as usual, and then we're going to rotate at the rotate speed of 150. Oh yes, I need to set that here. 150 in the middle there. Good. 80 knots is the call out because it's basically Boeing. Positive climb, gear up, and then away we go. We just have that speed restriction of 250 knots. What I wanted to check, I won't run all the performance again of what was the minimum flap speed, but I think it's set down here, so we'll take that as sensible. Right, is everybody ready to go? So, let me just adjust the drone a little bit. Apologies for this. Good, right. So, here she is, engines up and running, flaps and slats set, lined up, 0 right, this is exactly what we did, and we will reconnect to VATSIM once we're underway. It's ready to go. Okay, good. Now, it's a really nice hand-flying aircraft. We're going to get in the air, and it can't arm the nav modes until we're above 400 feet, I believe, so we're going to get a bit of height on, and then we can start getting those modes in. Is everybody ready? Thanks, Armogosa. Thanks for coming along. Glad you like the videos. I think we're ready to go. Yeah. You've all had your chance now. So we're at the point of forever hold your peace. Thanks very much. Let's go. So 1.4 on the EPR. Probably about 50%. Oh no, there's 50% M1. So we'll let the engine stabilize. And then we're going to arm the auto throttle, which will drive them forwards. Brakes released. Takeoff thrust set. Bit of nose down. Oh yeah, let me give you the yoke. Why not? Bit of nose down. There's not much sound from the sim, is there? I will solve that one later. Power is set. 1.82. 80 knots. 1.83. It is a slow airplane to get in the air. We are quite heavy, it feels, for this aircraft. We're going to use most of Gatwick to get in the air. I mean, these numbers will work to the performance calculator, but I'm not convinced. Oh yeah, one of the engines hasn't spooled up. Most concerningly. Let's reject that. What happened there? Yeah, that would explain it. Which is really amazing, because I didn't even use the that was the auto thrust on. I don't know what happened there. Very strange. Right. We are going to have to cheat. First RTO on stream, yeah. I'm not sure that was a legal RTO. We were above V1, but we were above everything. Oh dear, this is going to be one of those days, clearly. I don't know what it's doing now. It won't let us slew either. This is such a shame. I was really starting to have fun with this aircraft, and this is becoming a bit of a headache. It's not the aircraft's fault, but it's just one of those days. It's my fault for not checking the thrust properly. Right, well that's no doubt sent the brake temperatures through the roof, but we will worry about that later. Right, where are we sitting? Speed brake's down. Let's rearm those. We've got 1.82 there. We can arm the auto throttle. We've got takeoff, climb power 50. Right, let's try it again. I don't know what happens. Very odd. They're definitely both set up. Let's check they're both spooled up. They did spool up together. Manually hammering the throttles forward is a solution. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to do. I'm going to set takeoff thrust myself and then arm it, see what happens there. And I don't know why the sound's gone so quiet. It's amazing. I'm going to talk about that auto brake system. Oh, sorry, that warning system a bit later on. Right. And now go auto thrust on. No, toga. There they go. I want to see 1.82. Okay, we're going. 150 knots rotate speed. Goodness me. Sound is back. Okay, good news. We'd definitely have to leave the wheels down for this flight. Try and cool them off a bit. That feels a bit more like it. 80 knots, stick to neutral.
80 knots, cross check.
There we go. That's a proper acceleration. We're still going to use a lot of the runway, but it is sort of set up for that. That's why our speeds are calculated. That's why we have a flex takeoff. We can use the runway. It's there. This is a sensible V1 point there. V1. Rotates.
Rotate.
And positive climb.
Positive rate.
Gear up. It is not soaring into the sky.
Gear up. Like that.
Let's try and get that trim a little bit better. Well, we made it. We're in the air. Oh, wobbling a bit off to the sides. At these speeds, it's very, very, very sluggish. It's quite amazing, actually. There we go. We had a bit of extra energy finally. Above 400 feet, I'm going to engage lateral navigation. Which I've totally lost. Nav. Now it's getting a bit fast. I'm not going to pitch up to 30 degrees. So what I'm going to do is, I wonder if VNAV's going to work. Going to fly it around the turn. Above 1500 feet. It's time to accelerate and retract the flaps. So what I'm going to do is actually cheat. I'm going to put vertical speed, autopilot on. We've got sensible flight directors. We're lowering the nose. Then I'm going to set climb thrusts as the thrust limits. And I'm going to put EPR limit on here. So now it'll bring the thrust to the climb limit. And then we can bring the flaps up to 0. We've just got the slats out.
Flap 0.
Accelerating to 50 knots, which is absolutely fine. That noise is the trimmer running, because the trimmer is running continuously, which is fine. We want it to run. And now we're going to flaps 0. Big difference. That's the slats coming in now. There's the smoke from behind. I wonder why those didn't split up. I'm sure I did something wrong. I can't blame the add-on. There we are. We are clean. We are on the way. Yeah, I'm not sure what VNAV would command. So we're in vertical speed whilst we accelerate 1500 feet per minute up to 6,000 feet. So I'm going to try, let's try VNAV. VNAV climb. Seems sensible. Let's get rid of that now. Autopilot's flying. Zoom out the range a step. Good, and we're going to level off at 6,000 soon, which is armed. We'll let the default air traffic control give up. And let's just check it does level off. And I'm going to check that in VNAV, it's still got FMS EPR on the throttle. So I don't think the auto throttle system is going to work. I'm going to need to engage FMS Overrides? No. FMS EPR? Oh, I don't know. It should level off now. Sorry, in 1,000 feet. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, a bit of a drama.
Mike Echo Romeo ATC services terminated.
The MD-80 is very quiet given to the fact the engines are so far back, says Etty Gaming. Yeah, and I assume that's what they've modelled, but this does come across as a very quiet add-on. Yeah, FMS EPR should work. Okay. Well, we've got FMS speed, so hopefully they will spool back as the aircraft captures, which they are. Good. Where's our heading bug sitting? Bring it around to follow us. Good. Okay. So gear is up. Flaps are up. It's time for the after takeoff checklist. Brake temperature. Now, it says checked. I'm curious. They're going to be very hot because we had a rejected takeoff there. Oh, they're not overheating. That's only 150 degrees. I mean, that's not bad at all. So actually, they're fine. So brake temperature is good. Landing gear up. Speed brake lever. Retract. Flaps that lever up. Retract. Engine ignition. So now we can put that back to off. We don't need it on both. Center fuel pump. Here we go. This is the one I need to work out. So they're currently off. We have fuel in the center tank. We've got 2.6 tons. You may need to refire your flight plan before logging on. Not sure it's been too long since somebody. Okay, thanks very much. We'll do that. I think we'll get up in the cruise and then we'll do that. Still, 6,000 feet, 250 knots. It's holding well. Let's climb up to our cruise. 31. Armed. And VNAV. VNAV climb. The throttle's coming up. Climb limits. Looking good. MCDU message. Reset FCP out. We've done. It was expecting that climb. So that's what it's planned on, which is good. Art on. Thank you very much. Can someone tell me what art is? Okay, so yeah. A couple of videos suggest the MD-80 is quiet, but the sim's a little too quiet. Thanks, Etty Gaming. Short for Arthur, says Commits Game. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the system is, but it has to be off to use a flex takeoff. There we go. Ah, yes. We're going to run out of legs in a second. So. Yeah, I lost everything. I lost all my PDFs. I don't know what happened. Really quite impressive. So from Seaford, we agreed that we were going to Benbow. Direct. Execute so that it can actually fly that. Then we're going to go next page from Benbow, Upper Lima 612 to Resmi, and we'll carry on with the rest because I know Resmi is in France. Oh, Resmi. Good. Execute. Right, so we have a bit of a route to follow. I'll allow that to happen, and then we'll carry on with the rest from there. Coming up to 10,000 feet now. We do need to set standards. 1013 is set, and it's set over there as we're going up to the flight level 310, which is armed. I have to keep checking that. I wonder what speed it's going to go to after 10,000. Would it accelerate for us? We shall find out. Art handles power in the event of an engine out on takeoff. Thanks very much, Ed. Automatic reverse thrust. Ah, very clever. Pavel says automatic reverse thrust. Wow, yeah, I don't know what that does. Dougal, thanks very much for coming. Enjoy your dinner. So 10,000 feet doesn't seem to have accelerated even in FMS EPR. It wants to hold 240. Is there a speed limit it's following? Oh, there you go. It's going to do 250, and then at Benbow going to go back to 240, then 250. Not sure why it's climbing so slow. Is 250 the normal climb speed in this aircraft? There it goes. Look at that, automatically changing. but then we know it's going to change again. Not sure why, but we will just keep an eye on it. And yeah, someone said on takeoff, this Mach indicator is confusing. It is. When I first got this add-on, this really confused me because it moves around. It looks like it's a speed, but it really isn't. It's just the Mach number, and it's quite disorientating low down when you don't need it to be there. Sorry about that. A cup of tea has very, very... I'm highly appreciative of the cup of tea that's just arrived. Because goodness me, what a start. We've been going for 2 hours. Just in the SID. We will be streaming through the Formula 1 at this rate. Swirl says, it confused me too on my first takeoff roll with this plane on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it did. It did me. I couldn't understand the numbers here. But there we go. Outer marker, Papa Vendra, OM on the display means outer marker. It's not a problem, it's normal, it's just something from old ways of flying ILSs before DME. We don't need to worry about it now. So if I go to Fms Overrides, it should now target the speed I'm commanding. So I want it to climb at 270, and it should lower the nose, which it is, and climb at 270. I feel like I am very, very slowly getting to grips with the automatics on this system. Let's reduce the bank angle. Oh, it's already at 15, that's fine. So centre fuel pumps, that's what I was working on. I'm hoping the manual's going to tell me, but it doesn't say. So who can help me? It's not uncommon to have centre fuel pumps off for takeoff in a lot of aircraft. Usually the reason is the fuel system's designed such that the wing tanks are closer to the engines. However, in this aircraft, they aren't really because the engines are on the back. I'm going to turn them on so that we don't flame out. And hopefully we'll see the centre tank pump drop. There it goes. And I don't know whether that feeds directly to the engines or whether the centre feeds to the mains and then in. But the main thing is you don't want centre tank fuel in the event of a problem on takeoff. Must be the FO, says Ed. Indeed it is. Turn on sensor until drained to release maggie. Perfect, thanks very much. So that makes sense. That's like the Airbus, but of course the Airbus has the magic auto switch. Not great climb performance here, 1600 feet per minute, but it is managing 15,000 feet. If you feel sorry for me after the sim crash there on takeoff and my rejected takeoff, do please leave a like to show your sympathy. Click the bottom of the black panel below the weather radar. Okay, so we go. Aha! Excellent. There is the speeds and the current weights. There you go. Thank you very much, Ed. I was clicking in all the wrong places. Surprise, surprise. 2 independent, by the way, so this is great. You can actually bring up different pages. Very useful. We've got a progress page, which does work. Gives us an arrival time currently of 17:54, which is 7 UK. Okay, great, thank you. So there we go. You have to scroll and you can adjust your weight on the card. Now that's really useful because otherwise you have to keep typing into that calculator. And this is something that we did on the Dash 8. You have it just accessible and visible. The Airbus, of course, shows you on the speed tape. It's very advanced. So that's good. So you can set your landing weight, see the speeds, you can see the minimum clean speed, perhaps up 201 at 56 tons, a bit higher. So yeah, quite high clean speeds, but not too dissimilar to what you'd expect. So we'll adjust that, obviously, as we get a bit later on in the flight. Coming to 20,000 feet, something I do want to check is the pressurization. So the cabin is climbing at a normal rate. That's good. 300 feet per minute. Pretty slow, actually, but we aren't climbing that fast. Cabin altitude over 2,000 feet. Differential pressure above 6. Good. Looks like it's pressurizing just fine. Adhesive says, Airbus this, Airbus that, get a room. Indeed. I am an MM, so middle marker and inner marker for those which are all to do with the ILS. That Serious Pilot, you missed quite a lot. Everything crashed, but we are back. Yeah, thank you for the help with the cards there. Excellent. Right, what we do need to do, whilst we have a moment here, is carry on with the routes. It's quite a complex route, really. So we're only going to Resme so far. After Resme, it's directed to Idavo. I'm going to execute it now. Then we'll go to next page, which is direct to Gipno. And then Barso. Sorry, you've already seen this, but at least we are in the air now, making progress. Pigos. Mike 622. To Bebev. Upper Mike 733 to Corsi. Executes, and while I'm here, I'm going to put in the arrival. They expect 05 via the Corsi 2 Golf. We'll check that later, of course. But there it is. No transition, executes. And we will check that later. So we'll get up to cruise, and then we'll check in with air traffic control. Let's get rid of these lights. Do all three at once with the scroll wheel, which is pretty good. 31,000 feet is in. Yeah, passengers, they can definitely go for a walk. And that's it, really. So I know a bit disjointed, but we have now seen the whole setup and the whole departure and taxi out. We had not much else to do. I showed you all of the checklists, so that is pretty much it. By the way, we're talking about the pressurization system. You can see it here. So this is the mode switch, and this is the valve position. Yes, that's right. It's so confusing. So we can manually control it using this switch. It's in the auto position now, and then this is the actual valve position here shown. Why they felt the need to include it in such a convoluted way here, I don't know, but that's what it is. Nubia says, will other players see your plane as a generic one if they don't own the MD-82? I don't know, I suspect so, yes. KT says, unlike the Airbus, this aircraft keeps the pilots busy. It does indeed. It does indeed. Sorcerer says, was planning to get there same time as you. Looks like I'll arrive 20 minutes earlier. Murphy's Law out in force today. Yeah, this had to happen. Thanks also, Dave. Thanks for flying along. I can't comment on the Phoenix at the moment, Papa Vendra. Sorry. Gareth says, will the 321 long range require additional training? No. I'm fairly sure it won't. The NEOs was only theory training. It wasn't even sim training or anything like that, so I can't see why that... No. Just probably be a notice to the pilots about it, I suspect, would be my guess. And, you know, if you were going to go and fly it, you'd probably take a bit of extra research yourself to make sure you were up to date on those things. Yeah. The training on variants is very limited, and that's why airlines like it. That's the reality. As well as lower fuel costs. If you can buy an airplane that your pilots don't need retraining or anything like that on, then that is nice for the airlines. A bit cheaper. So there you go. The answer is yes. From the outside, you can even see it and see the altimeters running. So that's pretty good. There's our last 1,000 feet to go. Altitude is armed. 31,000 to stop at. Sorry, we've got 2,000 feet to go. Keep adding 1,000. Good to see you, Piano Learner. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. And he says, Neo XLR training consists of thick books to keep you from being bored. Yes, probably about it. Plenty of time to read about it on the way. So I think I don't really want to be an override anymore. We're doing Mach decimal 7. Now we're a bit late. I'm going to spend some of my fuel and go a bit faster. Here's our last 1,000 feet to go. So Brian, not a fan of the texturing. As I've said before, I think the texturing here is fine. I didn't notice a problem with it. I only with the drone. I totally get it. It's expensive and people want it to be right. For me, in day-to-day use, I don't think it looks bad. In fact, people have complained about the cockpit texturing, but I really don't. I actually quite like it. I think it's very good. Yeah, I suppose maybe. I don't know. I haven't really noticed it. I just must confess that. And I remember we have seen add-ons with worse, but this is obviously more expensive than those. Right, the throttle's winding right back as the nose comes down. Oh, we don't want to idle up here. I don't know what is happening here. Override 270, it should be targeting. Just going to need to spool up pretty quickly. Here it comes. There's no way you want to idle at the top of climb in an aircraft like this. Internally it's good, externally it's a bit ropey. Fair enough, Brian. Yeah, at the start of the stream we did look at a few of the external issues, as it were. Okay, good. 31,000. Let's go to FMS speed. And hopefully it will have a faster speed than we originally saw. Yeah, good. So FMS speed, nav, VNav, level, all looking good. As he says, probably in terms of modelling, this looks like a direct port from P3D, but it looks great. Yeah, I think it looks great. I do think they've done a good job. I like the look of it. Oyson says the texturing looks worse on YouTube. In reality, it's better than I expected. There you go. Calamar says cockpit is a bit low res, sure, but I think it looks really realistic, worn and used, unlike the plastic cartoony brand new PMGG ones. There you go. Yeah, this had to be a worn flight deck, and I really like the change of text, the change of colour for the instruments. So you fly a different livery, and it does feel like a different airline, a different aircraft. It's quite fun. We had the green one. There's a grey one. There's this pinky sort of colour. I don't know whether that was customer option or how it worked, but yeah. Let's get some speed on. Yeah, decimal 74. We've got our full route in. Let's just go to legs. We're going to go to plan. It does make a lot of, considering how quiet it is for the engines, it does make a lot of other noises. And then we're going to step through and just see how that arrival looks. So that is a procedural arrival. So we're going to save some time, save ourselves 10 minutes there. It's just going to fly in, yeah, through the overhead and then try and fly the ILS, which is not what we'll do, I suspect. Because of the progress page. Current arrival, there we go. It has got better, 1742, so 640. Okay, we are now back on VATSIM. I hope. And I hope we don't get in too much trouble. Is there a controller for this area? Let me just check on my little app. Indeed, so that's the bark of the Mad Dog. Makes sense? Makes sense. Talking there about the trim warning. There's also another sort of electronic buzzing that keeps happening. I don't know what's causing that. I don't think there's any controllers in this part. Let's see if I can find us. Busy airspace. There we are. No, I think we're okay on our own, following Air France, but we're probably lower, 31,000 feet, a little bit lower than most Airbuses would be at. Oh, they're descending into Paris. There we go. So, yeah, looking good. I can see our colleague ahead, just passing Bourges. Also at 31,000 feet. Excellent. Does wind have any effect? Indeed it does. What sort of thing are you thinking? Actually, where is the wind vector? Is it displayed on here? Curious. Let's put that back to map, because it does have, obviously, the full navigation suite, as far as I can tell. Maybe it's on the progress page. There it is. Wind 0 to 5 at 20 knots. Okay. Light winds, but slight tailwind certainly, so helping us, no doubt. Sorcerer says, I don't know how pleasant the Maddog was to fly in real life, but as a simmer, I love this aircraft. So weird and unique. Yes. Yes, so now we've gone through that start, which again, I'm not going to blame this add-on for. It's a unique airplane, and it really does it does grow on you. When I first sat down with it, as I said at the start of the stream, my issues were mainly around the basics, like why can't I get reversers to work? Why can't I hold the start switch in position and then add the fuel? Why can't I get my flight plan to appear? Why can't I get the liveries to appear? Because even the liveries that they provide, you have to have access to the forum, and then you download it, and it has to go into the folder, not in the normal flight sim folder, but it goes into the documents folder. It has to be still zipped, not unzipped. It's amazing. It's just nothing happens as normal. There's lots of different custom options. So that takes time. It does take time. You have to invest some time. If you're going to buy this, don't expect to spend 20 minutes looking at it and then having it flying around on a SID. You might manage, but you're not gonna really understand a lot of it. And like I say, I'm still struggling, getting a lot of help from you guys. So it's something to keep in mind if you're looking at it, because this is expensive. Now their claim, I'm just going to bring it up because I don't want to misquote them, because that's not fair. Let me just go to their claim. So have they changed it? No, here it is. The most advanced airliner. That's on their one of their thumbnails on the sim market. The most advanced airliner. Now that is a claim and a half. You really, really need to make sure you're right there. So would I say it's the most advanced? And here's a line they provided. Fly the Maddog X. No, they provided this on their sim market page. Fly the Maddog X is one of the most sophisticated and complex add-ons ever developed for the MD-82. Now that I understand. Is this one of the most advanced MD-80s ever made for a flight sim? I think so. I can't see anything missing, so that's a good sign that it is. But is this the most advanced airliner? I think that's quite a claim. And he says, we had 33 pilots yesterday for this event and 22 far today with 12 flights currently on the map. I think it's going well. Yeah, excellent. Well done on the event. So this is the hard work of the Dan Air virtual team to get this up and running with Meridiana. And they've got the events focused on one of the Meridiana airports. So it's a great idea. Gives you just something to focus on. Here comes the FO. Hopefully she doesn't jump on the T. Hello. Oh. Now. Hello? You gonna say hello? Never. Just total silence. I feel like she knows it's a microphone. Sorcerer says, the most advanced airliner so far. Yes, and then we had the 146 release just before it, which is also very complete. So it's hard to say it is the most advanced, but maybe they might have some metric they're measuring, and then that's a legitimate claim. I don't know. Paul, thanks so much, Paul, for the $4.99 super chat. Pair character lying on the side, raising his arm while saying, how's it going? Thanks so much, Paul9. You're back. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Thanks so much, as ever, for your very, very endlessly generous donations. Really, really appreciate it. And I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, that's very kind. The pair sticker. I have to go back onto YouTube to check the actual sticker. It says that claim may go out of the window come 1700 said tomorrow. So, of course, we have the PMDG coming tomorrow. Now, I'm not going to be able to make a video with it straight away. I'm quite disappointed, but as you know, that's normally what I would do. But there has been a lot of media coverage of it already because, of course, some streamers had access to it, or some YouTubers and whatnot had access to the PMDG. So there are lots and lots of videos and tutorials already out there for it before release. So that's quite something. So it's not like my content is required, but it never is, I suppose. It's content just for those of you who are interested in it, and if you want to hear my thoughts on it. And obviously long-time viewers of the channel know which aircraft I've flown, they know which I've done in real life, they know what add-ons I've used, and obviously if you're watching the channel you'll have seen those add-ons, so you can compare it yourself in the same sort of mindset probably as me. So waiting to see. I think the price for the PMDG, yeah, are you going to buy the PMDG? Yes, I will buy it, Goofy, indeed. It's a free plane for Goofy. You've got $100 credit, very good. It's $70. Yeah, I don't. The announced price for the PMDG sounds fine. Yeah, obviously the 700 is not probably. I'd go for, as ever, the biggest stretch version of whatever airplane you want. So I'd get the 900 if I could, but we're gonna have to wait for that. So yeah, I'll get the 700. I'm sure it'll be great, and it looks like they've got a lot of variants and models built into it. So, and we know what PMDG are all about. Been around a long time. TC Jamie says, hello, first time viewer. I hope you're having a great weekend. I am indeed. Thanks, TC Jamie. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Ed says, it was definitely a struggle at first. We've been spoiled by modern add-ons in terms of quality of life features. Agreed. Yes, so that's the best way to put it. Quality of life features. Things like clicking here to get rid of the oaks, that's a good quality of life feature. And they have actually built them in. Things like being able to hold things by using the scroll wheel is really useful. But there were 8 sort of PDFs that came with this, and reading through them all takes a bit of time. And mostly it is easier, I dare say, if you someone in the community or you watch a YouTube video, it does help out. So yeah, it took a while. Olbia Bishop says, just $280 for all the variants. Yes, but I mean, is anyone going to... I don't think I'll be buying all the 737s, put it that way. Thanks, Richard, for the subscription, and as you know, for the follow. Indeed. Thanks, Noel. Good to see you here. Yeah, we've had a few issues at the start, but we're underway now, and we're even on VATSIM, so we're doing well. Brian says, won't be able to move for 320s and 737s, indeed. Sorcerer says, I'm certainly curious to see what you make of it. Considering PMDG is competing with the Zebo and X-Plane 12 eventually, I haven't made my mind up about it yet. There you go. Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. I've only had one. I've had the DC-6 from Microsoft Flight Simulator, and before that I had the PMDG 747-400, which was great. I mean, totally different to the default one in FSX, and it was great in FSX. So I'm confident in their quality. You know, they know what they're doing. Ed says, if you buy the 7 and 800 of the 737 we're talking here, it still works out cheaper than the old P3D base pack, not adjusting for inflation. There you go. Brian says, next week is going to be Ryanair and EasyJet in Europe on VATSIM. There you go, yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to miss out on the launch on Monday, but I'm going to hopefully... I might end up streaming it before making a video. We shall see how it goes. But yeah, that's just the way of life now. Once upon a time, we'd have been on it the same morning, like with the CRJ, but with work as it is, which is great, really great. So pleased to be able to say this, but yeah, I'll be flying around in real airplanes for a little while. So, Ed says, my only concern is the flight model. I hope Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't limit that too much. We'll see. I'm not worried about the simulator limiting the flight model. We've seen that good flight models are out there. The Just Flight Hawk, the Just Flight 146, and now I would add this one. I think this one's very good as well. This airplane is a bit sluggish at low speed because of the flying tab control surface, and then it's quite responsive at high speed. It's not overly twitchy. It's not overly sensitive in pitch. I'm firmly comfortable that Microsoft Flight Simulator can deliver nice flight models, but not all aircraft are managing. This is indeed tricky to fly, Lovelake. This is a tricky one. Yeah, so, and Ed's booked holiday abroad. Excellent. Enjoy that, Ed. But yeah, so there's, if PMDG are saying it's ready to go, I'm personally, I've not tried it, obviously, but I would like to feel confident that it handles reasonably well. The DC-6 certainly did, and that's the evidence we've got to go on. And they know what a 737 should handle like, so I'm feeling confident. Obviously, I don't know. We could find out that's not true, but I'd be surprised. Right, let's get rid of airport. Too much data there. Now we've got VOR fail. Let's see. Let's have a look at our routes. So we're done with the charts with Gatwick. Thanks very much, Gatwick. Recently we flew the 146 and I totally missed everything. Takitha has tipped $10. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Very kind. Takitha says, thanks for donating your time and knowledge so we can all become more knowledgeable as well. That's very kind of you, Takitha. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks so much. I hope you're doing very well, and thanks for kindly contributing towards the channel. Really, really appreciate it. And it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to sit here and chat with you all. There we are along the route. Quite a leg, this one. But I really enjoy doing this, and the day I spent making that MD-80 video was not the funnest day ever. It was a lot of frustration and trying to work things out on my own. If I just come to the stream, it would have solved it straight away. So I don't know. I as I always say, these streams are just a real treat for me. I really enjoy them. So thanks so much for coming along, and thanks for a very kind donation. Let me just look at the Course E2 Golf. I want to be a bit more ready for the descent because we don't want to be briefing in the descent ever, but in particular today. That's a good start. Can't find my chart. There it is. So the 2 Golf heads straight into the VOR. But if I did the 3 Hotel or the 3 Juliet, we could come around here. Problem is that takes you to the VOR anyway, so that's not what we want to do. So 2 Golf to the VOR. RLS for 05 would be out from the VOR, so 15.5 miles, and then back in again. Now, is there a straight in route? I'm not sure there is, unless we can go to Abimi at 20 miles, 6,000 feet. So procedurally, they're Abimi at 6,000. Can we do that from any of these stars? No, I think we're too terrain restricted. I think we come through the overheads. No, this gets us to Abimi at 6,000 feet. So we could get a straight in if I choose the right arrival. Interesting. Anyway, that's all to be solved. Let's see if there's a VOR we can tune, because I don't like having that VOR fail on my screen. Very upsetting. Let's see, Mulan. We're not going via any, I don't think. Skip, no. There's a VOR we're going to pass. 11555. Could be a low level one though. Set it up, see if it shows up. Right, yeah, so let's see if we can find a sportier arrival to get in. But thank you very much, Takitha, for that very kind donation, and of course Pole9 for all your very generous ones as well. Sorcerer Dave says they've managed to put helicopters in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so custom flight models can definitely be done. Indeed, they can. No, yeah, we've seen enough now to show that it is not luck that they can do it. Jake Point, good to see you. Yeah, we had a few delays, but you have made it. They started it. When did we start? 3, so it's 2 hours 20 minutes. Yeah, I thought we'd be touching down soon. Alan says, I suddenly lost autopilot in Toliss and can't seem to bring it back on. Could be one of the faults. They do have faults in there. Pablo says, do you ever see a plane and point and casually tell your friends, yeah, I can drive that. It must feel pretty awesome. I can promise you right now, none of my friends would want to hear that. I would never hear the end of it if I tried. They continuously make fun of me for My job as an airline pilot. Nobody wants to hear from a pilot that they can fly airplanes, I promise. So, for the arrival, apologies about that. Yeah, so I'm going to run a vote. I think I can do votes on Twitch now. So, yeah, it does sound like Morse code to next game. I do agree. Thanks to Keith there again. Yeah, I can do a vote. Manage poll. Create a new poll. Question. Right, I'm going to ask on Twitch. There's 93 viewers on Twitch, so thank you all for joining us on Twitch. So it's the first time I've done a poll on there because I couldn't work it out before. We usually do them on YouTube. So, full procedure or RNAV shortcut for the approach. Full pro. We'll do the poll for, let's do 3 minutes. Okay. No, service error. Please work. Oh, it's not working. Why is it not working? That's a shame. I was getting all excited there. The computer says no, exactly. The random noises. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that buzzing is. It sounds like an electronic servo of some variety, so we have to keep an eye out if anything's moving. Right, sorry, the poll will have to be on YouTube as normal. Matthew Presley says, fun fact, on the CRJ on some planes, the DME Morse code will bleed over to the headphones, resulting in you hearing the ident codes for the DMEs going on the entire flight. Well, that sounds hideous. I'm really glad we don't know that on the Airbus. Drove me crazy when first started flying, says Matthew. Matthew is, for those of you who don't know, Matthew Presley is an American CRJ pilot. Been incredibly helpful. Oh, it's the auto throttle moving. So you can only hear it because it's so quiet ambiently, because all you got is a wind noise. The engines are so far back. There you go. I do think the wind noise should be a little louder. I can't believe the MD-80 was this quiet, but it could be. It could be. Vic Tango says, you can tell us all about any plane you fly. We would definitely not make fun of you. Thanks, Vic Tango. Yeah, it's, I promise you, it's that old joke, isn't it, of how do you know if you're talking to a pilot at a party? They'll tell you. Oh, there you go. The serious pilot has it there. He'll tell you. Alan was resting the foot on the rudder. Yes, that would not help the autopilot on the Airbus, no doubt. Wind vector bottom left. Oh, let's have a look. On, oh, maybe we'll be on the wrong mode map. Oh, there it is. 6 knots tailwind. Great, thanks very much. It's all here. It's all here. Okay, right. Poll coming onto YouTube as Twitch. Let me just try Twitch one more time. So we're going to be hope you can hear me clacking away on the keys. I have a terrible keyboard for... It's a nice keyboard for high-paced action shooting games, which I don't play, so it's completely ridiculous. And it's so sensitive that I make endless typos. I think I've complained before about this. I'm certainly not changing it now. And I bought it just because it had nice white keys. Twitch just isn't having it. Not having it. So, sorry, YouTube. It's going to get the poll. We'll be there by the time I've done it. Right, I think that's working. No, the computer explained a second time. Indeed. Chief Sim Pilot, good to see you. Chief Sim Pilot, another streamer. Lots of excellent streams in various aircraft. Probably more variety than me. Mostly Airbus on this channel. But of course, with these releases, we've been on a few. But I hope you're doing well, Chief Sim Pilot. Good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Lauren V says... Meridiana 208 Milan to Olbia now pushing. See you there. See you there, Lauren V. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we are just on. Oh, I'm not on Unicom. Let me go to it. Oh no, my Unicom, my radio's not working. What's going on there? No. I better do it myself. Unbelievable. Oh. Scrolling through radios is a eternal patience test. Okay, that's VHF set to 1228. Good. Okay. Right, is that poll running? Is that working? I put an exclamation mark on the R nav to try and convince people to vote for that one. It doesn't seem to be working. Thanks for the subscription. Indeed, the altitude is not matching on the pink bar. It says 30,700 feet. Don't know why. I'm not sure where that information comes from. I think it's just from SimConnect or FSU ICP. So I don't know. Maybe that's based on a local QNH as opposed to standard, which we're actually on. Although it's high pressure today, so that should overread. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, nine, thank you so much for your €5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Paul says, keep it up with the pair. Thanks so much, Paul, as ever. Far too generous, very kind. Really, really appreciate it. And sorry to those of you on Twitch who don't get to vote, but if you'd like to head over to YouTube briefly, you can jump in there. But thank you, Paul. Really kind. And again, another great pair sticker. Really appreciate it. Lauren V wants a visual approach. I would do a visual approach if I don't. I need the autopilot in probably for the approach in this aircraft because there's going to be a lot to do with the checklist that I'm not familiar with. So my excuse is if we did a visual approach, it can become more difficult to manage a visual through the automatics than it is to hand fly it. But if I'm hand flying it, I need somebody else there to do the airplane because there's just too many things, especially on this quadrant. Imagine if they made a hardware. I'd love to see some hardware manufacturer come out with the MD-80 throttle quadrant. That would be one amazing piece of engineering. It is ridiculous. But yeah, anyway. So without that, I'm gonna have to stick to a procedure. Good. We're almost getting the RNAV shortcut winning. I think both will be spectacular. It's a very pretty approach, this one, because we're going to come in through this valley. So I'm quite happy with that. But thank you again, Paul 9, for the kind donation. Matteo. Matteo's back. Matteo says cruise is not compulsory. Oh, of course, yeah. This is to do with our limits. So I've left the limit in climb. So the most that it will give us is climb thrust. Now, what you're going to remember is MCT is max continuous thrust. Oh, that's unusual. MCT is normally a bit higher on the Airbus, certainly. Wasn't expecting that. So anyway, climb is a bit higher, so really we should have gone to cruise. No, but cruise is high. So that's confusing. I don't see how that's the case. Must be reason behind it. But anyway, there we go. Cruise 2.05, climb 2.05. Doesn't make much difference. The reality is, if we go to Toga here, it's 2.05. When you're up at the ceilings of these aircrafts, 2.06 would go around here. It's marginal. There just isn't spare thrust in the aircraft. They are where they're meant to be, but they're also running it as much as they can give us. That's the whole point. A bit like Concorde, but not quite as impressive. Social says, TCA McDonnell Douglas yoke pack when? Exactly, imagine. Yeah, imagine. 1346 we are going to go and speak to. And now why is this not working? That's very disappointing. My radio was working earlier. I know what's happened. It's to do with the Logitech software that would have been upset in our crash that we had earlier. So that's going to be another excuse for the approach when I am overwhelmed by the radio.
To reach 2 Kilo Mike, climb flight level 330.
Right.
Climb flight level
Progress.
330
No.
to jet 2 Kilo Mike.
Legs. Where are we going? I don't know. Where does it tell us? Progress. From Resme
Eurowings 5 Echo
to
Whiskey.
Adavo. We're going to Adavo. Oh, I can see it there.
Eurowings 5 Echo Whiskey, go ahead, sorry.
Resume your navigation on Unicom 122.8. Goodbye.
Right, I'll close that poll in just a minute.
Searching Unicom
Once we've checked in.
122.8, bye-bye. Eurowings 5 Echo Whiskey.
Let's just check in. Control Meridiana 548. Flight level 310 to Adavo.
Meridiana 548, this radar hello identified. Confirm your requested level.
Thanks, we're happy at 310 Meridiana 548.
Okay.
Yeah, the airplane wouldn't even go up to 33, so we are stuck here.
64565.
What's the fuel
Continue
flow?
present heading vectors for the ILS 14.
1.4 tons an hour per side. This is kilograms, I believe. So, 1.4, 2.8. A 320 is burning about a NEO. It's about 2, a little bit more than 2 on the old
Meridiana
aircraft.
164,
About 2 on
resume
the
all navigation, Unicom on
older engines.
122.8.
So the
Meridiana
IE is
close.
definitely a more efficient engine. And of course, we can
122.8,
carry more
thanks very much,
passengers.
it was a pleasure.
And part of the reason
Meridiana 164.
is we would be able to go higher.
Transat
310 is not a very efficient cruising level for the
resume all
320. It likes
navigation
to
on
be a bit higher.
Unicom 122.8. See you next time.
Alex says the throttle quadrant looks not that weird to me. Very Boeing-y, just slightly different in position. There you go.
Hope Bravo, Mike, ready for startup.
Ben says, how hard
Hotel
was it to
Bravo,
configure
Mike,
your
Mike,
throttle quadrant
Mike,
for this
startup
aircraft? I've not yet managed myself.
Startup approved.
So,
Mike.
let me close the poll,
Good
and then I'll answer that one. So here we go. Ending 53% full procedure. So that's the end of that. I have to do the full procedure. That's fine. It'll give us a nice view as we head in overhead. I just need to make sure I can work out how to do it. Maybe we'll do it the old-fashioned way. There we go. That DME's come to life. So the VOR is now active, pointing towards it. That's pretty good.
On the station calling.
There's a nice quality of life that you can click, right-click and left-click on this to scroll through the different modes. Very clever. Neat. I like it.
Currently passing flight level 4300 inbound scanner.
This 5 Papa Yankee Swiss radar identified. Cleared Caleb 3 Golf arrival. Descent flight level 150.
Cleared Caleb 3 Golf arrival and descent flight level 150.
How's that?
Papa Yankee.
Hopefully that's a bit better for you guys.
Swiss radar,
Let me know.
Eurowings 8590. Confirm we go to Unicom.
Dino, thanks for the follow. Right.
Sorry,
That's
station
strange.
calling
I
say
wonder
again?
why
Eurowings
is the
8590.
traffic coming through so loud? We haven't changed anything.
I think so, yes.
I can turn it
I
up a bit more.
didn't get your reply, but Unicom for you as well. Bye.
Maybe you'll turn up your volume.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let's
We
try
go
that.
to Unicom. Have a good one.
Because I know I turned up my volume to hear the airplane. Yes, so
good evening, Lufthansa
this quadrant, how have I assigned it? So the trimmer, this is the alternate trim, so I haven't bothered assigning that to my throttle quadrant. Speed brake I've got assigned to my normal Airbus speed brake. Throttle's assigned as normal, but what I have not got is reverse. Reverse, I've locked out the reverses on my Airbus TCA throttle quadrant, and to use reverse, I'm just going to hold F2 straight.
548, observe you're deviating from your route. Report intentions.
Sorry, we're currently routing to Adavo, then Gipno for Meridiana 548.
you're proceeding to where?
Idavo or Gipno, and then Barso.
That's not in your flight plan.
Oh, okay. Let me just check. Where did you have us routing via?
Mokip, Milpa, Kogas, and then Nitam.
Ah, strange. Okay, I'll see if I can refile, because that's not at all the route we should have filed. This is very odd. I can see the route I filed. Let me just check on.
Radar, guten Abend.
I'm sure the controller's not lying. It's going to be something I've done.
Inbound Olbia, flight over 390.
Lufthansa 4000, Swiss radar, good evening, identified.
Let's just check with the controller.
Hotel Victor Romeo, cleared
if we even go to the place he's expecting.
Runway 14.
Where are we on the... routes?
Hotel Mike, is ready to taxi.
Hotel Mike, taxi holding point runway 32 via Kilo.
Hotel 32 via Kilo.
Oh yeah. Where's that route come from? I have no idea where that route was generated.
climbing 9,000.
And we can't find a new one because our flight plan is currently in use.
Swiss 2400, Swiss radar, hello, identified, climb flight level 180.
Why has that happened?
Climb level 180, Swiss 2400.
The Gatwick controller changed the routes. Right, so that route would take us, and that's probably why this controller's bothering to contact us. That route would take us, I think that was the Simbrief route that cuts through Switzerland. Now, as we said earlier, our route was fine. Different departures is a thing that happens, but...
Unicom 122.8, Hotel Juliet Alpha. Bye-bye.
Well, we're not going to start deviating over there now, because it was a longer route, so... I'm going to message that controller and see if they can update our flight plan. Can you private message controllers like this?
Station calling, say again? Radio 2.
Ryanair 383, Mike, flight level, please enter the very man, that's all.
Ryanair 383 Mike, Swiss radar, good evening, identified.
Okay, I've tried that. Let's see if that works. Communication is key. No point. We're not going to get nervous, we're not going to pretend.
Ryanair 2 Golf Romeo, Swiss radar, hello,
I'm certainly not going that way. Piru says this flight is cursed, I tell you. Yeah, so it's Swiss radar, so they're talking to us because the route we filed... Sorry, we didn't file.
Still 2 by 5.
The route we filed was fine, but Gatwick didn't like it, so they changed it. And they changed it to, I think, a standard Simbrief route, which was, by default, throwing up
I got
routes.
that information from the previous controller, thanks.
Oh, traffic alerts. Goodness me. 700 feet and behind us. That's no problem. Master caution. That is, we look up here, centre fuel pressure low, centre fuel tank 25 kilos, centre pump's going off, we've used the fuel, and that should clear the warning. See, it all works, it's great.
69 kilo Mike, resume our navigation.
Anyway, yeah, so hopefully that they'll just update the new route. Worst thing that can happen is a boot from Basim, indeed.
Regina 548, so on your present track you are no longer in my airspace, therefore Unicom on 122.8. See you next time.
1228, Meridiana 548. Sorry for the confusion, thanks for your help. Great.
Hotel Victor Romeo, descent flight level 130.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear from a Swiss controller. So hopefully our route has been updated. Yeah. Richard V says, meeting with the chief pilot imminent. Yes, I have some explaining to do if we get intercepted here. Oh, it's all going on. It's all going on. So KT says, I believe this aircraft was designed pre-Boeing acquisition, meaning this is an MD design. Right. Well, you can see some things that transferred across. This is certainly a Boeing FMS. Was the original DC-9 made without it? Wouldn't surprise me. Because this is identical to the 7.5 one. Sorcerer says, I think Gatwick controller copy-pasted my route and cleared you for that. I see. Yeah, so a lack of communication with the Gatwick controller is what happened there, because I think they went offline after so we never really clarified our route. Tom Corwine, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. So something I'll say about this is that the you can see why it has such a complex trim setting for takeoff when you look at the way it's set up with the wings at the back there. The trim is a really important part. Very easy to get long aircraft like this out of trim. So I would imagine it has a wide range of trim. This aircraft was grounded for a while, remember, for an issue with the screw system. I think it caused a crash in the way that the trimmer ran on the stabilizer. Very sad. But yeah, that... You can see why it needs to be so powerful given the length of the aircraft, so loading it correctly was absolutely critical, I would imagine. Just like on the Dash 8s, the Q400s were very long and therefore sensitive to trim changes. A320 ones are the same. More sensitive than the short ones, of course. Very pretty. I really like this add-on. I do like it a lot. Something so different, and it just looks fantastic. It really does. I've got no... I really like looking at it in the sim. Again, would like to see some of those lower res textures updated, but I can't see why that could be too much of an issue. Hopefully they manage that. Matthew says, not an issue with the system, but inferior maintenance. There you go. As is often the case. So thank you for the subscription, and Jimmy for the follow. There you go. Sorcerer Dave was the end my route. That explains all that. So I wonder if they've updated it for us. GD says, I'm curious, why don't planes like this have canard wings? They just don't need them. They don't need to be that manoeuvrable. No, well, our route's not been changed, but we'll just have to make do. Again, you can file a flight plan as far as... well, I'm fairly sure you can file a flight plan that goes via a different SID. So calculated fuel 6.9, actual 6.8, so that's working out pretty reasonable. Adds up our fuel used versus what we actually have. Sorry, what we should have. And then we've got the... where's the cost index on this aircraft? What's choosing the cruise speed? No point doing a direct because we're already... it's a pretty straight route. There's Corsi and then in for the arrival. Cruise page? Oh, there's a perf page. Is there? Perf. What am I doing? How am I missing that? Init ref. Approach ref. Index. Perf. There we go. Cost next was 35. Right. What were we planned at? What did Simbrief plan us at? They did long range cruise, whatever that is. There we go. And that's not changed anything. That's yeah, that's quite common. Doesn't actually make much of a difference. Because of course we're already going pretty fast. It's just staying at 7.5. I think we'll just have to, well, we could override it a bit. Let's override it. So we'll go to Fms Override. It's gone 278. But then if I click that, it should go to a Mac, I think. Override, Mac. Oh, we can go pretty fast. Let's go to Mach 8. Sorry, 0.8. Mach 8 will be a bit ambitious. Oski, Hinchy, Pete, thanks for your follows. Filbert Flies, thanks you for coming along. Filbert Flies, many of you will know, of course, fellow YouTuber and streamer with the Raider Party 26. Thank you all for coming along. I hope you're all doing well. Thanks for joining us. What's Filbert been up to today? Filbert Raids. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. So we've done 99 on the Costanex. We're trying to speed up. We had a bit of a sim crash at the start, so we're running a little bit late. But we're going to fly into the beautiful, beautiful Olbia. We're going to fly the full procedure in the Leonardo MD-80, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of errors along the way to make up for. Well, it's just to add for the fun. So we are nearly. Well, not nearly. We've got about. How long have we got till the top of the set? Probably another half an hour. But we're having a great time, enjoying this this add-on. So Filbert, there you go, Filbert. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming on. Filbert says we did a little 757 flight from Gatwick to Faro. It went mediocrely. Excellent. Well, that's mediocre's good. That's better than we can describe our departure out of Gatwick today, which involved a complete crash of the entire simulator and a rejected takeoff, quite impressively. Although I dare say not a procedurally correct rejected takeoff. But thanks for coming along, Filbert, and thanks to all of those who've come along to watch. Little Jenny says, well, this doesn't look like an A320. Indeed, it does not. No, complete opposite philosophy. Very Boeing-y. There's no doubt about it. Matthew says, good luck reaching decimal 8. At least past version 7.8 was a big stretch for the plane. Oh, we shall find out shortly then. Let's see what happens. The drone in Microsoft Flight Simulator, by the way, still auto-rotating. Not entirely convinced about these contrails. Certainly close up, they don't quite look right. But as I said, the smoke effects low down are very good. Nick says, are you going to get the 737? Indeed I will. Indeed I shall. But as I said, I'll be a little bit late. But thank you to all of those who followed from Filbert's group. And Greg, thanks for your subscription on YouTube. Yeah, we would, of course, have the PMDG 737. But as I say, I will not be free to work on that video or stream straight away. So I'll be a little behind the curve there. Filbert says, bad luck on the crash. Microsoft Flight Simulator has been dodgy lately. Yeah, it's all my screens went blank as well, so I don't know if something went wrong with my computer. One of the worst crashes I've seen since streaming. So the worst, definitely the worst I've had in the, what are we on? 2 years. We're over 2 years now streaming. Unbelievable. Or certainly videos. Little Jenny says, looking forward to some real Boeing goodness tomorrow. Yeah, it's coming. Lasho says, that really seems the recurring theme with this airplane. It looks good from afar. Far from good. I would say the actual aeroplane is it's good up to close. I just can't. Yeah, I really think it looks nice, but this is as close as you want to go. And yeah, I don't understand the contrails because the default ones in the sim are quite good. Flightzilla, thank you for your follow. Flightzilla says, if your PC crashed, that could be an OBS issue. Yes, I think OBS Streamlabs was what actually failed. So yes, it could be to do with it. Yeah, I think it was that. Streamlabs was the one that gave me the biggest error message. First time I've seen it mess around like that, but yeah, that's what it was. I Can't get too upset at it. It's delivered many, many, many happy hours of streaming. We did a whole long haul flight not long ago. I say not long ago, a year and a half ago, ages ago. We did 5 hours in Concorde and it managed. Philbert says this guy's an expert on OBS issues. There we go. Yeah, I use Streamlabs OBS. Kai says I can just about fly the A300 ST. Just looking at the flight deck of the MD-80, I wouldn't be able to take this bird into the air, let alone start the engines. Yes, that is the thing. It's an expensive add-on. It takes a bit of time. The airplane itself is confusing, and then some of the user interface aspects in the way you import flight plans and so on is a little bit trickier. Even the liveries, they're not all of them are installed in the same way we're used to, so it takes a bit of time. There we go. Nice, cruising over the Alps. I do like this livery, Meridiana. This was made by the Leonardo team. It looks great and obviously fits in. We're flying for Danair Virtual today. If any of you who've just joined us are interested in joining a virtual airline, I can highly recommend it. Retro airline with a bit of a chilled out vibe. Flying for Danair, and we've also got Air 2000, Meridiana. I say we, I'm a member, but the team is run by a couple of the moderators here from the 320 Sim Pilot channel who are doing a fantastic job with lots of events. So we're flying to Olbia for the event for the new Meridiana airline, which arrived today. An Italian airline from the late 90s. Maxim says, have you seen the new proposed Airbus A320 family glass cockpit resembling the one on the 350? If you have any thoughts. I have not seen it. No, I don't know what to say. I'll be curious to see it. I can guarantee, unless it starts being fitted mandatorily, it's unlikely you will see it unless you're flying a business jet version. Airlines will not pay extra for a nice upgrade unless there's a safety case, usually. Philbert Fly says, it was Air 2000 that we just flew, simulating my first ever flight back myself. Excellent, Philbert Flies. Air 2000 is a long-time favourite of this channel. We've been very lucky with livery creators giving us the livery in all sorts of simulators, the Air 2000 Tapestry livery being one of my absolute all-time favourites, if not my ultimate favourite livery. So we've flown that many times. Any excuse to use the jet set call sign on this channel, and we do it. Sorcerer Dave said, it's really a superb VA. Can't recommend enough. Yeah, I know. Danair Virtual's great fun. Kai prefers Monarch. Oof, well, we won't have any of that here. Landon says, what flight stick do you use? I'm using the TCA Airbus for this one. For the actual Airbus, I use the WinWing A3XX grip. Right, back into the flight deck. Can't stay out here all day. There we go. Very quiet on the flight of this aircraft, which is making it quite relaxing. Although that is just the quiet before the storm of the descent that we are getting closer and closer to. So that is now 270 miles away, estimated at 1730. So yeah, about half an hour to go until we begin our descent. Kai says, I was going to fly for Danair Virtual but forgot to click start flight. Yes, it's easy to forget, but do remember that one. I'm going to have a few issues because I have yeah, because of the few crashes we had at the start would have definitely made an interesting pilot report for my bosses at Danair Virtual to sort out. Philbert Flies, good to see you. Thanks for coming along, and we'll see you next time. We'll see how the approach goes. Have fun and enjoy the weather. Pablo says, well, the Phoenix rumour makes my day one 737 purchase feel like more of a gamble. I do love me an Airbus. Are you excited for that? I am indeed excited for that. Lusho says, I'm not complaining, just one of my favourite sequences of words, so I use it. That's talking about the good from afar, far from good. Andy says, don't worry, we all saw it, it'll get approved. Thanks, Andy. That's going to happen a lot, I fear. One day we'll do a flight without you guys here and I'll have to explain myself. Right, let's keep the heading bug up to date. Going to reduce the degrees. I think that's 15 there. What else can we do? It's not actually managing. Just not trying very hard, is it? It's gone to 1.69 on the EPR. What mode are we in? We're in Override 277. I see. So the Mac, I need to go to Mac Select. There we go. So unbelievably, it separates the Mac and the speeds. It doesn't convert them between each other. So now we'll get the full EPR. There we go. Wow, I can't believe it does that. That's quite impressive. So not only does it not arm the altitude, it it also doesn't convert automatically. Amazing. Alan says, I keep getting Matrix vibe when those gauges move. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Oh man, thanks for the follow. And the Tin Man. And the Lucky. And not Italia. Grant says, one of my fondest memories as a child is being stuck in Heraklion for many hours during the fuel crisis of the early 2000s, wondering when our 7.5 would ever take us home. Wow, that amazing. That's a fond memory. That sounds like quite a stressful memory, but glad it was fun. Being around a 757 is always a good place to be, isn't it? Grant says, was wearing the tapestry livery, which is certainly yes, and it's just for 3 years. I think it was around. Very short-lived. So if you join Dan Air Virtual, you can fly the tapestry livery. It's officially first choice, not Air 2000, but of course there was a crossover time. There we go, decimal 8. So we have managed. Pretty happy with that. 804. That'll speed things up a bit. Right. So before we get any closer, let's work out the legs. So I'm going to go to plan, zoom right in, and step through. So it's going to fly us to, I'm showing you here on the chart what we're trying to achieve. So we're going to fly the 2 Golf. So from Corsi, it's got D307 Lima. So remember, that's the 307 radial, so that's correct. And it's D, so distance, Lima. So Lima, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. That's 12. There's number 12 in the alphabet. So there it is. After that, we should go to the Sierra Mike Echo VOR. Sierra Mike Echo. And then sadly, it just has straight to the final. It doesn't have the full procedure. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed in that. And I didn't see a transition. So, let's see if we can find it. Approaches, runways, stars. By the way, we had a vote, anyone who wasn't here, we had a vote as to which arrival we would do, and the consensus was it has to be the full arrival. But there's no transition. So this is interesting. So that means we're going to arrive at the VOR, and then it's going to want to just fly us straight onto the RS. Now, here's the procedure. We're going to arrive at the VOR. We need to enter a hold before we can go outbound, realistically. So you'd fly to the VOR, join the hold, and then you could go outbound. Because if we just came in into the turn, it's too sharp. So to do that, I'm going to go to legs. No, I'm going to go to hold even. I'm going to put a fix at... Oh, oh dear. Let's see. Can we do this? If I select it, can we? There we go. No, it's not having it. There we go. Fixed SME is 219 with right-hand turns. What does it mean by quad? 219 right-hand turns. 1 minute legs, and we'll do it at 6,000 feet. So let's put in /6,000, and I'm not going to worry out the rest. Best speed is 232. Let's see, has that arrived in the legs page? There we go. SME, hold at SME. I'm going to let it fly the arrival. Do I need to put in the quad as the arrival? Sort of. So is that talking about the joining pattern? We shall find out. But there's the hold. So in, out, it would be a parallel join, and then we're going to just head straight out. We're not actually going to fly it. We're just going to do basically a teardrop to head outbound. But we're not going to fly out that line. We're then going to have to fly out on tracking the VOR 219 to 15.5, or 15 on the VOR actually, 15 in the small writing, and then we make our right turn and inset the RS. So we'll be in the hold at 6,000. We can head out, descending to 5,200, max 210, and then point in and descend down after 15.5 down to 4, after 13 down to 3.8, and inset the RS. So that's going to be the current plan. Aaron says I need to turn off the auto thrust high pitched hum. It's head wrecking. It is annoying for me as well. Let me see what I can do about that. because it is relentless. I can change all. You can tune all the lighting, but sadly, what you can't do is adjust the audio. I can't see where you could. That is annoying. Thought I was being clever there, but no. Sorry. Gonna have to put up with it. None of that I can do. Yeah, I'm wearing headphones as well, and it is. I've turned the sim sound right down, but of course you're trying to listen to me, so that's maybe not such an option. I can turn the simulator sounds down, but it can be a little disorientating to watch if you just hear my voice. So I'll let you just tell me how you think. Guy says, seems like an interesting approach. I'll have to do this at some point. Yeah, I think it's going to be quite pretty. We'll be at 6,000 feet with terrain 4,000 feet, so expecting the radio altimeter to be alive as we head over this terrain here. I don't have a video on the camera's Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'm afraid, Daniel. It's not something I've done, especially with the controller. Sorry. I've done a few technical videos, but they often go out of date straight away, so I don't do them very often. Thanks, Bear Pause, for the follow. Checkpoint says, just get enough hearing damage, then you won't hear the high-pitched noise. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what they rely on. I mean, the fact you can hear the servos moving is proof that this is a very quiet flight deck. So I don't know. But it reminds me, I've got some remote control aeroplanes, and the servos twitching sound just like that. So it's quite noticeable. Anyway, so we're going to have to basically take over manually. So we'll fly this to the hold. We'll let it fly the hold, and then we'll head outbound ourselves. And we will do that using our own nav aids. Now, we should leave these nav aids tuned to appropriate en route nav aids. I'm going to cheat slightly because, of course, the plane is going to be a handful for us. We are GPS equipped, so we are navigating perfectly accurately. So it's not a disaster if I put in 1139 into the VOR. Now, inbound course 219, but we're going to fly that using the FMS, so I'm going to put it straight to the outbound course. Oh, hold on, it's the same, 219. That's really good, it's really convenient. 219. What I'm going to do in the backup side, or say backup, the FO side, is I'm going to tune the ILS. And that way, we hopefully won't need to consult the chart, and I can just look over here. No doubt I won't trust it and do it myself anyway. Oh, sorry, look at the chart anyway. So, inbound course 0531099. There it is. So, this side set up for the ILS. This side we have the VOR. That will help us with our distance and energy management. We're going to arrive overhead the VOR, 6,000 feet in the hold, and then head out. So all looking good. If we go around, we carry on 053, climb 5,000 at 19 miles to 2,500 or above, then a right turn, 21 DME arc. That's shown here. We follow this arc around to Aircob to hold. But we'll just vector ourselves straight back round in, probably climb straight to 6,000 feet, frankly. Now, minima, we're going to go 330. Cat's the airplane, I think. The approach speeds are quite reasonable. So, someone was kindly telling me how to enter the minima. I think Elitist Maggie. Is there something I'm doing wrong? Because I think I just did this, which doesn't feel very convincing. This bug, which would be 340 feet, would be there. But if I've got this as well, what's this doing? There you go. Ah, we can put DH in. Now, as Flying Fabio told us, this is not correct for a non-precision, apparently. Sorry, not non-precision. A non-LVP, so a Cat 1 approach. But this should say 294. So I'm not sure what this bug's for, frankly. So we'll go with DH then. I don't know what this does. Oh, that's the brightness. Great. And that's presumably the brightness for the navigation display. Good. Good, good, good. Let's put this back to map. Let's increase the range. So we've looked at the arrival. We've got a plan. Top of descent. Quite late in. Quite late in indeed. Because, of course, we're not that high. We're only at 31,000 feet. Yeah, 170 miles. And then we've got the full procedure. So we've got loads of miles. So when's this actually got us? What levels does this think we'll be at? So we're going to fly over Corsi at 20,000 feet. Yeah. SME 60. I do want to put in the transition level, which I think would be higher. Transition altitude is 6,000, so let's put in 70. Let's see if that helps. And now we should see it as 6,000 feet in the wind in here. Nope, not worked. Oh well, it could be a database thing. Now it's got a message in the ACARS. What's it telling us? I'm not going to mess with the flight plan now. I'm sure there was a received messages section. There we go, received messages. There you go, it gives you the weights. Pretty cool. I like that. It just times it a bit after you've entered it. And you can request them as well. Yeah, I like that. That's a nice, they've done that in a nice way. Ed, thanks so much for your £1.79 super chat. Really appreciate it. Ed says, great flight, plane and crash handled like a pro. Thanks so much, Ed. Really appreciate it. Thanks for, as ever, being a supporter of the channel. I say supporter, a viewer. And great to have you here. Thank you. And thanks very much for your kind donation. Sorry about that, but yeah, thank you, Ed. Really appreciate it, and I'm glad it wasn't too boring to watch a whole sim reload. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe it. It's been a while. It's been a while. Right, so the Henneberg. Good. So we've got a plan. We've got a descent point. We've got lots of terrain around. I have obviously flown over these islands. They are surprisingly mountainous. So 6,200 is the MSA. 4,000 is the MSA. Northeast, 5,200 southeast. We're not entering the 5,200 leg or sector, but we are easily going to cross. Well, basically 6.2 is our MSA. So if we get lost, we go to 6.2. If we're not sure what the procedural altitude is, we've got to be at 6.2. If we come off this arrival, we've got to go to 6.2. It only works if we're here, unless we're being renovated and we can justify, and hopefully we'll be visual. Next step. We have. Sorry, the FO is complaining. What's the complaint? No, she seems to have relaxed again. No controllers, no ATIS. That's absolutely fine. What I'm going to do is go to my... Let's see if VAMSys, will this tell me what's the weather like in Olbia? Just looking at the old Danair virtual dashboard. There we are, cruising on VATSIM, excellent. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us currently live, which is great on the Danair virtual. And you can, what's great fun is that you can see where other people are, you can see them flying around and what route they're doing. That's what I really like. It's really connected compared to what I was expecting. So I can see this 1, 2, 3, 4. I think a few people are going into Calgary. And we are up there heading... Oh, no, that's not us. Where are we? There we are. Yeah, we're getting close. Oh, I can see where this has all gone wrong. Right. I wonder how that's happened. So there's 2 Meridiana 548s. One's offline though, but one is going to Calgary. Maybe I got my flight numbers muddled up, but I think I just went with what Dan Virtual just gave. Interesting. So one's going to Calgary, and obviously we're going to Olbia. That was very confusing for a second there. Excellent. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy there. Right, what was I doing? Checking the weather. Lovely says 8 if you count me. I only remember that I need to start Pegasus on the takeoff roll. There you go. Indeed, Lauren. So there's 8 of us flying around with Danometric. Excellent. It's good fun. But it's great fun seeing the map and seeing where everyone is and what they're up to and where they're going. Although I seem to be showing up in a slightly wrong location. No doubt my fault over something I've done. So we're getting close in now. This is all becoming a reality. That scroll reversal is due to my mouse wheel. Weather, that's right. I need the weather. Can someone find me the weather for Olbia? I'd really appreciate it. As I'm just managing to confuse myself. It just said you can do your landing calculations now to save time. Yes, excellent. Great idea. As soon as I see a meter, I will. Alan said there were 8, but I crashed the desktop as well. There you go. So 9. Ah, thanks, Andy. So the flight number is indeed correct. Yeah, I thought it would be. The Dan Air's all been done. All been done properly. There's no doubt about it. Rykon says one of my favourite podcasts is the Airline Pilot Guy Show. Captain Jeff as main host. He had flown the Maddog on many thousand legs in the States. Really nice to see you reviving it. Thanks very much, Rykon. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to have a listen. Airline Pilot Guy Show. Very good. APU48. Thanks for the follow. How are we going to get the weather? Can we get the weather in here? It had an ACARS page. No, request is weight and balance and flight plan. Fair enough. So, I get it here on VAMSys, which is going to tell me. Currently, at 1650, great. 0607, let me write this out and then we'll do the landing calculation. 0607, QNH 1016, 19 degrees. Great. Let's run the numbers. First of all, actually, let's show you the runway. So after landing, here it is, 05. 2,496 metres, not the longest runway in the world, not the shortest either, of course. And then we'll just vacate off to the left somewhere and come back and park. So it should be a nice short taxi in. So, performance, landing, LIEO, runway 05, dry runway, flaps, will change shortly, wind 0607. Temperature on the ground 19. Reverse, yes. QNH of 1016. I'm so sorry about that constant buzzing. Auto brake, let's go for medium. 5 knots ref. And there's so many options here. Why does it say, can someone answer this for me? It says 1548. Is that talking about the slat position? I'm going to assume it is. 11, so there's 3 options. 1128, so is that less slats and less flaps? Then we got 1128, we've got 1540, which seems the highest, and 1528. Those seem to be the options. So, most of the Flight Simulator says you're in live. 3 hours of live, indeed. Yeah, no messing around here. 600 metres more than Southend, says Dave. Yeah. It should be plenty long enough. So let's go for full flat, full slats. I think that's what I did on my video. So that'd be 15 and 40 if I could ever get there. There we go. Next is landing weight. Current weight, 57.8. If we go to our progress page, I should be able to see what we're landing with. So we're going to arrive with 5 tons. We currently have 5.2. Well, that's not true. We're going to fly a bit further, so we'll be a little bit lighter at landing. That is a bit of a miscalculation. So we're going to arrive with, let's say, 4.5. Anyway, the point is we've got about no more than a ton. So let's say we're landing at 50. Let's just put in 58 tons. Oh, in fact, being a bit more precise. So let's put 57.2. Enter. Calculate. This tablet does work well, the bits that we have here. Actual 1600, factored 1900. We have 2400, so that all works with medium auto brake. So I'm going to set it now. I can't arm it until the wheels are down, I don't think. I'm not sure I can set it. Yes, medium, but the arm switch only works when the gear's down, I believe. So medium auto brake. And that gives us maximum landing weight 59 tons. We're going to have, so the min clean 229, pretty fast with the slats retracted. Then 180 is going to be with the slats, so I'm going to call that our S speed. And then we've got 156, which I'm not too worried about. And then we finally got 132, which is VREF flaps 40 extended. So does that include the extra 5 knots? Because we did add 5 knots, so it's called VREF. No, so it doesn't include 5, so we need to add 5. So VREF is 132, so VAP are the approach speed. So V is the reference speed, which is based on a G loading until stall. So I think is it 1.32 of your stall speed at 1G? That's how they calculate these. It's a whole complex world of clever things. But anyway, I'm going to go for 137 as my VAP. That's what I did, I think, in the video, and it seemed to work okay. Auto brake arm is tied to the flaps. Thanks, Lisa Maggie. God, you've got all the knowledge. Excellent. We either get back to Olbia. 1540 means flap schedule. Slats only have one position. Oh, I see. So that's why it gives us the 15 here and then the 40. Right. Thanks very much. Makes sense. Thanks, Ed. See you next time. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for sticking with us for so much and kindly for donating. So we've got 132, 137 is our V approach speed. We're going to fit on the runway and we're going to go for medium auto brake. Right. Now, I'm not entirely convinced we haven't missed our top of descent here. It's got the descent very late, but we are supposed to arrive at Corsi at flight level 199 at 10. So it doesn't seem to have bothered with the VNAV. We can see the little VNAV down there. I wonder why. Anyway, I know full well it's time to go down. We know 10,000 feet is safe on our arrival. We're going to pull to arm it, and then I'm going to put in VNAV. FMS idle, VNAV des. And because we're high, I'm assuming it will just head down. I'm also going to put this back to FMS. There we go. Which is what it was, it seems. So thrust levers have idled. We're now dropping from 31,000 feet. Yeah, so the VNAV profile says we're above. For some reason, maybe that descent is a top of descent. It says step descent, doesn't it, on the progress page? Or ED. What's ED? Is that en route descent? I don't know what that's talking about. Anyway, that's in 70 miles. But we need to get down. I can tell that. How many miles in total? So we've got 80 miles in total. That should include the hold. So with 80 miles to go, we need to be a little bit lower. We need about 100. But this plane has very good speed brakes. That's the one thing I have noticed. Sorcerer Dave says, the rotate had me descending quite late too. I guess it's an MD-80 thing. Yeah, it seems to be confused because it wanted us over Corsi at 20. I say it seems to be confused. Almost certainly that means I'm confused. But there we go. Anyway, we have 100 armed. We've got enough miles for sure because we're going to fly the full procedure. And hopefully it'll be an idle descent from this point on. Speed brakes, very powerful though. They work really well. Again, beautiful graphics. It's a real treat to get to enjoy this scenery and so on with this level of aircraft now. Don't forget you have to shut the plane down and then close Pegasus before doing replace. Thanks, Andy. ED is the end of descent. Okay, yeah, so it just never seemed to come up. I must have missed something in my planning. Did we not do the init ref properly? There you go. VRF at 140 is 129. Not sure why it's come up with that, but there we go. 199.053 course. There's the length of the runway. Although it's not quite that long. That doesn't take into account the inset threshold. Over Corsi. arriving at the islands. Sadly, you don't get such a great view out the window in this aircraft. Speed brakes make it fall from the sky if not careful. They do indeed, Alex, yep. Auto brake arms only with flap 28 or 40. Thanks, Matteo. Tim says, so we'll be landing soon. I must ask you to open the blinds. Exactly. This is Gatwick to Olbia. Oh, not that. Now, I know we're high, but I'm sure somewhere in here it's going to tell me how high. Vertical track error, 3,700 feet, it thinks. So it's doing its best. We could give it the speed brakes to head it down a bit quicker if we wanted. So I'm hoping to see it fly that hold nicely. We shall find out. We shall find out. Also want to make sure it does fly the correct speed as we get down there. We may have to select the speed to force it to do that. So remember, we're going to head towards the hold. We're going to fly along here. We're going to make the turn here. Then we're going to turn around and then go straight outbound and fly the approach. VR fail still flagging up. Now I really feel like it should show up by now. 1139. 113.9. Let's hope that shows up a bit closer because we're planning to use that for the procedure. 113.9. It's not based on an NDB or anything. Strange. Thanks, E-Boss. Yeah, fingers crossed we don't get those difficulties on the descent. Sorry, on approach again. Yeah, that was another fun event, wasn't it? We got the flight recorder. Someone please remind me somewhere around once we get onto final approach. Please remind me about the replay tool to make sure I do record it. Indeed, Microsoft Flight Simulator Simmer, we are running a little bit late. I do want that VOR to show up. That is disappointing. We're going to have a bit of trouble if that doesn't work. Or the radar just doesn't work at the moment. By the way, I should have left that. That should be at climb. This is a very even cruise. What we can do is, on approach, I'll set GA so that it has enough thrust for a go around if we need it. Let's run the descent checklist. So MSA we've checked. Approach, brief and landing calculation we've done. Landing data confirmed. V-bugs. Radio altimeter. Oh yeah, we left hydraulics on the whole time, but there we go. That's fine. Pressurization checked and set. Oh yes. Well, it's a bit late now, but the landing elevation of the threshold is 36 feet. So it's basically sea level. QNH is 1016. So that is what this is for. By the way, that's also why you set it, or one of the main reasons it's set in the Airbus, to help with the pressurization of the cabin. There it is. So cabin is descending nicely. Differential pressure, altitude, all working out. Next is the approach checklist, which is going to be the signs, fuel, and altimeters. Fuel on board, we've got 5 tons. So I'm thinking we'll get a bit lower and then we'll run the heaters. VOR, thank goodness. Thank you very much. There it is. So we're pointing straight towards it, 18 miles to go. Now I'm hoping the aircraft will slow down. The target speed doesn't seem to be adjusting. Should want 240. Still got 300. Which is coming from the FMS, I suppose, because it's ignoring what I'm putting in here. Our minimum clean speed was 229, so I'm just going to put 230 in the window. A little bit fast for the hold, but we might just cheat a bit and do that. Daniel says, for a $90 aircraft, I'd expect the hold to work. Indeed, yes, I'm hoping it will. But I don't know how I've set it up. Remember the high slat speed. Best set the bugs or you'll be puzzled why it doesn't respect the restrictions, says I'm at. Thank you very much. Good point. And we've decided we have 57. Let's just do 58. So they go 2, 3. Oh, don't scroll when you're on it. Up is 205, this reckons. The man is 231. What's the difference here? Why is there a much slower VTH? I don't know what VTH is. That is something I've not seen before. Ah, there we go. Stone to 240. I'm going to help it out now because we are a bit high and a bit fast. We'll have no trouble. Look at that. There you go. Bugs should now match this, I suppose. So that puts it at 229 or 23. Yeah, this is an expensive one. There's no doubt about it. Right, the hold, we can get down to 6,000. We are arriving at the hold. We're going to set the QNH of 1016. Oh, it did it. 1016 automatically. Good. Right, now if it doesn't fly a hold, it's not the add-on's fault. It's almost certainly me. It does say hold, so fingers crossed. We're just too fast. I'm going to intervene. Speed. And we said 230. I'm only a little bit fast, to be fair. So alpha speed, out hold. But I need to put 6 armed in the window. And then we're going to go 4. Let's do it in vertical speed. Now we're arriving at the hold. Something sensible. So we do 1,000 feet a minute for this arrival. Or while we join the hold. 230 knots. Which seems to be coming off. Good. Let's get the lights on as we get lower. I know the nose gear's not out yet, but I'll do it now to save me forgetting later. Let's put the seatbelt signs back on. Everybody needs to get ready for our arrival. And let's run the fuel heater. They just run automatically. Apparently it's just to clear out any ice that could be in the line. Now I'm hoping for a left turn, but I don't know if I set this up right. There we go. There's the M middle marker. Excellent. So I'm going to let it do this, and then we're going to head outbound on 219. So I'm going to get the heading bug ready for that. Let's let it do 30 degrees of bank as we get down lower. Hit VNav, you level off. No, so yeah, I've overridden it with vertical speed now, so we are descending, so that's working out. But indeed, yeah, I missed the the VNav level off there. Well, it's not VNav, it's because I armed it. Good, so we're at minimum clean speed. This is working out. You can see the nose is quite high, so we are descending 1,000 feet per minute, and yet we have a quite a reasonable nose up. So it does indeed. Oh, beautiful! It does need a. You gotta be careful with that minimum clean speed. It's to do with these thin wings right at the back here. You know, makes sense. So now it should do a left turn and flies back towards the holding point. So we're on the QNH. Let's run the approach checklist. So cabin signs are on, fuel system set, atoms and bugs set and checked. Next is going to be the final. Here we are on the charts, just in that hold. Turning now, 8,000 feet. As we head outbound from the hold, we can go from 6 down to 5.2. So I'm actually going to shadow out the descent to try and keep it a little bit continuous. Speed brakes are indeed in. 2,000 feet to go, but we've got plenty of room now. We'll fly all the way back. See some traffic above us there, 10,000 feet above us. I know who that is. And the FO's left us. All looking like too much hard work. Thanks, Rakon. great point. Please remind me, sort of as we're just intercepting, or when we're on final approach, as we point on the ILS. If I start recording now, I think it can get a little bit upset. I think it can. Maybe it would work fine. I don't know. It does look pretty. It does indeed, Tim. I agree. I do like this aircraft. I think it does look nice. So we've got 1,000 feet to go. We're on the correct QNH. We're heading towards the SME. I'm now going to take over and do this manually because it isn't coded correctly. So let's put the heading bug towards it. Wind is slightly from the left, so just put it slightly over there. We could do VOR. Actually, let's try that. Let's try VOR lock. So there's VOR. It's not going to do that initially. Actually, I'm going to make a mess if I do that. So let's do heading select. So heading cell. Oh, there's traffic that's managed to descend on top of us. We're not going to worry too much about that. So pointing straight for the VOR. It's going to pass slightly down our right. So let's just head over to the VOR. So we're heading outbound on 219.
Traffic.
Not sure if we can see them anywhere. Oh. So we're on a track 219 outbound. I've set 219, so I'm hoping if I do VOR lock, it's armed VOR, and they go VOR course. And it should fly the 219 outbounds. To tell if we're on the 219, the tail should move to the right. So we are slightly the wrong way. There we go, VOR capture. It's found it. Pile 9, thanks for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And AC as well, thanks for the Swiss francs, 747. Very entertaining stream. Perfect way to spend a rainy Sunday afternoon. Thanks so much, AC, and thank you, Pile 9. Both very kind. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for joining us, as ever, Pile 9 and AC, of course. It's sunny here in the UK, so I'm glad you're enjoying it in the rain. It's sometimes I do get I get flashbacks to the original lockdown when it's like this, because we spent a lot of time in the sunny outdoors while streaming inside. But there we go. So thank you both. Very kind. Really appreciate it. Thanks for those follows. Right, 219, there we go. The tail of the middle is on 219. We've got until 15 miles. We're level at 6,000 feet, doing 230 knots. I'll just tell. Olbia traffic, Meridiana 548 is now outbound for the ILS 05, currently 6 miles outbound. So no one should start the approach until we're...
Olbia traffic, Meridiana 164, we're self-vectoring out wide of that outbound leg, so you can land first, Meridiana 164.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. So, yeah, I think I can see you on TKS. I appreciate it. Good. So we've got all the Meridiana traffics around us. We're all doing the same thing. So we've got 7 miles to go. Remember, we can descend now on the outbound leg to 5,200 feet. So to do that, I'm going to press tab, 5,200, and I'm going to carry on in vertical speed. It's a nice controlled way to fly the airplane in a procedural sort of arrival. 1,000 feet per minute. Don't even need that. Let's do 800 feet per minute. What I'm going to do is slow down because we should only be 210 knots. So let's get the slats out. Oh, that's gone straight to flap 11. That's fine. And let's slow the aircraft down. So we said 210.
Olbia traffic, Marina 20, 10 miles final 05. Olbia.
10. We're now 11 miles outbound. So we are, there you go, coming up here. 210 knots. Remember, 210 knots is more of an issue for the turn. Otherwise, our turn will be too wide. So I'm going to put it into heading select, because that's what I'm going to use shortly. Speed is coming back. Let's wind up, even that we don't need to do. 500. Howdy crazy, I would indeed get the PMD 737. And good to see you again, Isaac. Indeed, it's approach time. We've got our lights on, seatbelt signs are on, approach checklist is complete. There's a wind farm. So expecting the radouts to come alive, which appears on the right hand side of the screen. Got 1.5 miles to go for the turn. And then we're going to make our turnaround. As soon as we're back inbound, I'm going to descend down to 4,000 feet for the ILS. That ground looks a lot closer now than you think with how much flying we've still got to do. And you can see those slats out on the wings. that's as expected. Red out going in and out. So 60 miles, I've missed it. Too busy chatting. So let's go heading. And I'm going to turn it around and intercept the ILS. Need to set the ILS on the left-hand side of 1099. Told you I wouldn't believe it. 1099 and a course of 053. Oh, didn't arm it. Didn't arm it.
Traffic, Meridian 208,
So we're going to go to out holds.
Olbia.
Oh no, not speed. Here it is. No, all the numbers do look exactly the same. 053. So we're 200 feet low. Almost within tolerance, but we're professionals. We're not going to allow that. So I'm going to go vertical speeds up. Just climb up 300 feet per minute. And I'm going to arm 5-2. And hopefully it will capture that again. There it goes, climbing up again. This is the problem with having to arm the outshoot. It's ridiculous. Should not be allowed. But thank you again, Pond9 and AC, for those very kind super chats. Ragnar says, currently sitting in a 320 at Edinburgh, bound to go home to Iceland. We'll watch until they tell us to turn phones off. Excellent. Thanks very much. Iceland. So there's out hold. So it should level off at 5.2 as it arrives there. Once we're within 15.5 inbound, I'm going to descend down to 4,000 feet. Yes, there is an option to have auto arm. So I might enable that, because as nice as it is to have the old school style, it is. I still just think it's too much. It's not great. Right, we're cleared for the ILS, or we've cleared ourselves. For lock is armed.
Traffic.
There's some traffic over there descending on top of us, doing the same thing. Olbia traffic, Meridiana 548 is now inbound. ILS 05, 16 miles.
Climb.
Oh, so we should fly the climb RA. That's what you do in real life here, but we know what's going on. Localizer capture. Going to align the heading bug. And we're going to arm the ILS, because we can now, as we get closer in, descend after 15.5 down to 4. So we're within that, so we would go down to 4, but I'm actually just going to take the glide slope here. So ILS is armed. It should capture the glide slope, and then we can just use that for the way down. Let's start slowing up a bit more. Coming to 180. Charlie says, what's your Twitch channel? 320 Sim Pilot. We've got flaps at 11, so let's get the flaps to 15. Is that going to work? Get a bit of drag out as we come down the slope. 13 miles out, 200 knots is okay, but I don't want to be any faster really. Thanks for those follows and subscriptions, really appreciate it. Starting the replay tool, so that's recording. Not really slowing down, so but we are 11 miles out. 200 knots is fine. 11 miles.
Olbia traffic, Meridian 208, vacating 05 on Bravo, taxiing to the ramp on Lima and correction November.
The go and out shooting.
2500.
We said 6 initially. So it's a lock track and glide slope track, so that's all good. 2500 is going to come alive and disappear a few times. So we're currently at flaps 15. Okay. All those buzzings and noises it does. Let's slow it down a bit more. Back to 160 ish. Yeah, lots of terrain all around you here. So flap 15 we can go back to 156. We are at flap 15, so 156. That's lucky. Thanks, Mister, for the subscription, and Trading TV for the follow. 180 knots, 8 miles now. We're starting to get a little bit fast. Gears coming down. This will provide the real drag we need. Yeah, I like the ice simmer for the livery as well, Alan. Great spot. So that'll bring the speed back. Let's set up the next stage of flap. So we're going full flap for this landing. So flap 28. But we're going to skip that. We're going to go straight to 40 at 132. How fast are we? So let's set our VAP of 137. That's in. Just 5 knots. Light winds. There's got enough drag out there. So flaps going to full. Landing gear is down 3 greens. Flaps, that's lever full and extended. You can see that extension there. Auto brake, sorry, speed brake lever is now armed. Auto brake is armed. Engine ignition selector, just like for the takeoff, we have it to both in case of a go around. And EOAP, I don't know, so I won't talk about that. There we go. So here we are, 137, sensible pitch, about 4 degrees, so that looks like a reasonable approach speed. 2 whites to reds out the window. We're going to land with medium auto brake. What was it saying? Medium auto brake, and then I'm going to go to max reverse. Thanks for tow. Right side of the PFD, this is the radio altimeter. So it's starting to line up more what you'd expect. Auto go around is armed, in case we go around. Right, wish us luck. So excuses, don't know how to fly this airplane. Surely that's good enough. We'll be lucky, well, we'll see what happens. Keep our fingers crossed. We have brake pressure at least. Olbia traffic, Meridiana 548, final to land at runway 05, 3 miles. Stabilizer in motion, that's what it's saying. Thanks, Elias. No FO is also a good excuse. Oh, it's too late, I can't use that one. Right. Let's do the auto thrust first. So we want 1.23 EPR. That gets rid of that buzzing noise. We could have done that. That would have been a good idea. Getting a little bit slow. Sorry, a little bit fast. So 1.23. It's very quiet. I'm just going to turn up the sim. And autopilot off. Right. Wish us luck.
400.
That's the buzzer for the minima. Love that. I hadn't heard that before.
Olbia traffic, we're now 7.5 DME from touchdown 05.
So there's 2 whites, 2 reds. Don't know why it's glide sloping. I think this is a good place to be. Idle. Just holding it there. Runway's disappearing beneath us, but there we go. Max reverse. Let the auto brake do its thing. It's very effective, the auto brake on this aircraft. And there's through 70, so I'm just going to bring it to revert idle there. And that's it. Welcome to Olbia. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. So, manual brakes. Oh, that's weird. They're sort of acting in reverse. There we go. You've got to fully press them to disengage. What a flight. What a start. But then, I think once we got going, things all settled down as we would hope. So I'm just going to park up on one of these stands on the left here. I'm not going to drive all the way back to the terminal. A little floaty, but not bad, says Matthias. Yeah, that was a bit floaty. Agreed. So I probably think, idling the thrust levers a little bit earlier would have worked quite nicely on that one. That would be my guess there. Now, we have to do things in the right order for our virtual airline, so that's going to involve flaps coming up. And what we might do is just watch the replay without the engines on. I wonder if that's going to work. Seeing as the audio is hardly working. Get rid of the speed brakes. Let's get the APU up and running. So we're going to hold that this start, which we can do with that. There we go. And thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you, Rakon. Thank you all for coming along. It's been a real treat. Olbia traffic, Meridiana 548, runway vacated. Oh, we'll head down to the apron with the other traffic. Why not? So somebody else should be landing just behind us. They were only a few miles. Let's turn off the flight directors. The weather radar's off. We can set the transponder to transponder. Let's
Meridiana
see.
traffic, Olbia traffic even, Meridiana 164.
There we go. Auto brake off, speed brake lever, engine. Oh yes, engine and heaters. There we go. Ignition off, heaters off. Here the APU spooling up. Anti-eyes off, weather radar off. Next is parking. Thanks, Free Flight Deck, for following along. Right, where's our traffic? So if you were watching on YouTube, do please leave a like if you enjoyed it. That makes a big difference to the channel. Thanks, Jay. Mind that forklift, it says still, yeah, indeed. Glad you enjoyed it, John. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, so lots to learn on this aircraft, but lots to love as well. I think this is, I do like this add-on. It's expensive. I did pay for it. It is expensive. But if you like this aircraft and you're willing to deal with some of its eccentricities, then I think it's good. But I can understand that some people think it's too expensive, and that is going to be down to what you think. So hopefully this stream can help you decide that if you're thinking about it. It's a big machine as well. It's surprising how big it is. It doesn't fit on a lot of the stands, which is probably something we're going to find here today. Let's try and park it on that. Wait, let's see if we can park it there. Howling crazy, the sounds are amazing. So the sounds are something that some people have taken issue with. It's very quiet on the flight deck, so I'm hoping they increase the sounds even further there. But yeah, Alicia's Maggie, thanks so much for a $5 tip. Really appreciate it. Alicia, I really should tip you for all your help. So Alicia's been a huge help as well, getting this aircraft in the air. So thank you so much. Alicia says, thanks for the stream, Captain Lovely, as always. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your help. Eboss has also kindly tipped $10.54. Really appreciate it. Eboss says, great flight, Cap, and thanks for all the effort, all the videos that created this wonderful community. You're very welcome, Eboss. Thank you so much. Really, really kind of you. And I really, really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Oh, there's Air Italy. So this is because this is an Orbex scenery, so that is a aircraft they have there. So we're going to fit on the stand in front of the Air Italy, which is what Meridiana eventually became before that also disappeared. PM Pilot says it's actually the tax that makes it expensive. Yeah, so it's about, I can't remember what I paid with tax. I think 75. Did I pay 75? No more. I don't know what to say now, but yeah. Is there an MD-80 line? No, just Airbuses. Good old Airbuses. I think we'll fit here. If we spool up enough. Have to get the nose way forward to get us in the box. There we go. Yeah, it's a beast. There's no doubt about it. So flaps are up. APU. Let's put the APU lines on before it all goes dark.
Olbia traffic, runway 05, vacated Olbia.
Oh, we missed our friend banding. I do apologise. Fuel off. Fuel off. Spooling down. We've made it. So. Clunk. Oh, I've messed that up, haven't I? What did I do wrong there? I turned them off. Read what you're doing. Right, let's close Pegasus. Okay, it seems to know. I'll file the pilot report on that. Yeah, well, that solves something. And what we're going to do is disconnect from VATSIM. Thanks to those of you who flew along. Let's stop the recording. See if we can get away with the replay. Ooh, looks promising. Yeah, we'll ignore that landing rate. Good. So here it is. Yeah, it's a nice looking add-on. I've noticed as well as you get towards the stall, I've seen that the wings actually bounce up and down and sort of buff it. Something, a really nice detail. So the runway goes up and then down, an excuse I did not manage to get in time. And that would be one of my contributing factors to floating, but no doubt I had too much energy in the aircraft. So we got into the flare, floated, and there was a touchdown. There's the reverses. Looks like a short runway, doesn't it? It looks like we're running out quickly, but it has very good auto brakes. I really like it, and with the reverses, no problem at all. Yeah, 110,000. We've had higher landing rates. Amazing. Pilot report is in, Andy. Thanks very much. Once a cursed flight, always a cursed flight, says Lushes. Indeed. Thankfully, I don't think it showed up on our pilot report to the airline. So what we can do now, if I do this, and we get one of our nice views. Look at this Orbex scenery, just lovely. There's the VOR that we were using for our approach earlier. Let's get the flyby shots. I'm using Flight Recorder from flightsim.to. It's freeware, it's amazing, I love it. I wish we had a proper integrated tool, but I've noticed with aircraft like the 146 and now the MD-80, it's quite good at... it's really not bad at the replays, even capturing some of the details like flaps and so on, without me having to change them. So this is good. Yeah, it does sync the sound gear of the sound of the nose hitting the lights. It's very good. You can see the lights are off though because the aircraft's actually not fully powered up, so some things haven't quite transferred across. Nose gear's on though. I forgot to turn that off. Oh, can't see that. There it is. Let's get the camera in the right point. It looks, I think this airplane just looks nice landing. Makes for a very satisfying visual picture. Love it. And look at that, the reverse. See, all of that, I'm not doing anything. Whereas in some aircraft, I have to deploy those manually. The speed brakes and everything worked, even with the replay tool. Very impressed. So this is flight recorder for the replay. Right, let's put it back on approach. Let's jump out of the drone. And it's going to be time to say goodbye. Beautiful, look at that. Just stunning. Stunning view out the windows. What you can see through the bars. Let's go somewhere there. Hopefully that'll sync up roughly with the music. Alita says it's beautiful with all the classic liveries we have this plane. It's just a beauty. Yeah. Andy says, you're not going to believe this. Your pilot report went straight through without needing to be reviewed. Unbelievable. Excellent. I'm glad it worked out. Don't know how we got away with that one. So that's it then. Thank you all for joining us. It's been a long one, but thank you so much for coming along. Enjoy your... We'll get those reverses away shortly. Enjoy your... the rest of your afternoons. Just ignore those reverses. And thank you all so much for coming along. I've had a great time. This is a complicated airplane, but I think it's been good fun, and I'm sure we'll see more of it along with the 146 in the Flight Simulator roster. Enjoy the 737 to those of you who pick it up tomorrow. As I said, that will be coming to the channel, but at a slightly later date. Thank you to those who've kindly donated. Really, really appreciate it. As I always say, it's far too kind of you. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you to those watching along. Thank you to those chatting on Twitch and YouTube. If you did enjoy, do please leave a like on the way out of YouTube. It is really appreciated. It helps the channel out a lot. And of course, if you didn't chat but watched along, thank you so much. I hope you're having a great day as well. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks to the moderators for keeping us safe, and we will be back soon enough with more live streams, videos, looking at new aircraft, looking at new routes, flying in Air 2000 liveries of all various shapes and sizes, I'm sure. Let's see if we can get a tapestry livery on the MD-80. But yeah, thank you so much. See you all soon. Keep safe and well. Bye-bye.